Yo, 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 yo. What's up? Yo, you've been a member for a month. That's crazy. That's crazy. I love that. Oh my gosh. Hi everyone. Hello. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we're ready for this? Love this. I got my yerba mate. This time I'm not drinking it from the gourd, I'm drinking it from the can. Shakespeare will never die. Not if I can help it. I got my licorice and I got my M&Ms. So we're ready to watch this thing. Sorry, I forgot my mic. Oops. Ah! You'd think I'd be a bit more prepared. Streaming is hard, man. Streaming is hard. Okay. Can you hear me? I need to turn this up a bit. I'm gonna just crank this up because last time. What up, homies? Yo. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Looks good. The levels look super high, but it's whatever. Last time you couldn't really hear the video, so I'm just gonna like let me put my phones on. Okay, cool. Let me get things ready. You'd think I'd be ready. Let's see. Fully works can change. See. It's honestly a breath of fresh air when I remembered the exact soliloquy from Macbeth's you used in episode 1. I love that. Been watching tons of Minecraft ARGs, and your two vids are some of the best. They remind me of Zenith's ARG vids. See, here's the thing. I don't know who that is, but I need to catch up. I have a lot of ARGs to watch. I've been watching a lot of Zacho builds ARGs. He's really good. He's really good. And then let's see who else I've been watching. Name and Tax. He and I are good buddies. We talk a lot about the scene. And if you haven't subscribed to Name and Tax, subscribe. He's up and coming too. He's got some really amazing projects. And then retro gaming now. I'm learning about, so I'm starting to watch some of his. Scripted ARG's The House of... Ooh, I love House of Leaves. My gosh, I gotta watch that one. Zenith. The House of Leaves kind of twist. I wanted... So in Maggie's video, I wanted to do a subtle, very subtle nod to House of Leaves. The liminal space. As we watch, Maggie blows the goat horn and then the doorway appears and she walks through the doorway and then suddenly it's a space that was not there before. So today we are going to be lore dumping. I'm going to expose enough, but I'm not going to expose everything because we have 11 videos, now 9 more videos to get through. So I will expose to you guys some of the secrets of the video. Some things that have been theorized in the Discord. I will confirm some things. I will not confirm some things. But we have a good video. I'm glad we're doing a watch through. I really wanted to do a watch through of Jerry's, but you guys really wanted a behind the scenes. And that was awesome. And then this time I really was hoping the watch through would get voted. So I'm glad we're doing the watch through because I get to like talk about it. I get to talk about the story. You know, that's for me, it's more fun to talk about the story versus like, oh, these are all the command blocks I used. Because although that's really fun and exciting, telling you guys like the intricacies are so deep. Like I love it. Here's my books. I got Julius Caesar. I got Othello right here. I also have the complete works right here. So I utilized this a lot. And then This is the best, like the folder Shakespeare library. It's the best. I used a lot of this online. This is like the best resource because it has each page has all the Shakespeare, like it's the play, and then has all the notes on this side for how to understand it. So yeah. Are they all actors, players connected, or just Maggie and Jerry? So good question. What I want you guys to do is bring all your questions, right? Leave them in the chat because I may not answer all of them, but I may answer some. So this is a common question or theory that they're all actors telling a story. That theory is false. They are not actors. Jerry, computer engineer, and Maggie, a runaway. So definitely not actors. I'd assume they are all connected through Good Strawberry. It's an assumption. Again, like I said, there are some theories I will expose and some I will not. So yeah, any other questions? Let's see. Let me see what I can answer about that. Is there something connected with Good Strawberry? I'll say this. Potentially, but maybe not. Not a question, but I adore how you tell the story in such a way that it feels like they forget it's a game and they're actually experiencing it. That's exactly the intention. That was exactly the intention. So yeah, why am I so awesome? I was born this way. So yeah, that's exactly what I wanted, was for people to forget that it's a game and that they're actually experiencing it. I think when we watch like Derek in Destroying a World, Wifies did a really good job of bringing the remembrance that he's living in a world. Like he was at his computer, he could not leave the computer because of what he had seen. But this one, I want people to forget that they're playing a game, right? That they're just experiencing this life. He's deflecting, so we are correct. I'm deflecting because it's still a work in progress. So wait, is Good Strawberry just a death cult that somehow relates to Shakespeare? So some of you may have noticed that there's a website for Good Strawberry, goodstrawberry.org, and there's a lot of Good Strawberry lore on the website. In this video, Good Strawberry is in relation to the play Richard III, where Richard is trying to usurp the throne, and then he goes to a council meeting, and right before he goes to the council meeting, he's like, yo, Bishop, I hear you got a lot of good strawberries this season. Go get some. And then 10 minutes after that, he flips completely and he like beheads somebody. So Good Strawberry in the play was a moment in Richard III that was to lead the council members to a false sense of security and also to show Richard's psychotic personality. And that's how I wanted to touch on it with this, because, you know, it's a cult and cults be crazy. Is Minecraft an analogy for real life, or is it just literally them all playing Minecraft? It is an analogy for real life. Yes. I think Minecraft in general is an analogy for real life. Jerry's massive analogy for real life with Jerry when he starts destroying the island for riches. Huge, huge metaphor there. Let's see. What's the question? Let's see. Red X 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. What's the question? Let's see. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna start this video. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Wifies did an interview with Retro Gaming. I know, I loved that, about destroying and saving. And in it, he talks about the reason the protagonist doesn't just leave the world. Yeah, I because of curiosity, right? And I think that's brilliant. I think most of these people don't disconnect because they're curious. Like, dude, this is a weird corrupted file. I think Minecraft players, engineers, puzzle builders, I think we're all innately curious. And so I think we tend to keep one foot on the curb and one foot off the curb so that we can, you know, tread in the area where we're trying to find answers. So yeah, in this case, in Maggie's case, she has an opportunity to disconnect and she doesn't. We will talk about that. The difference that I've noticed, even with Jerry's vid, was that it wasn't just Minecraft. Like, the start of Maggie's vid said, time does in fact bring truth to light. Yes. Are they all souls of the people not realizing they are already gone, looking back? Their life or of their trauma? We will talk about that. Honestly, I know very little about Shakespeare outside of Romeo and Juliet and Much Ado About Nothing, but will you touch on each of his plays? Well, I've got 11 videos and I touch 5 plays each video, so I'm sure I'm going to touch all of Shakespeare's plays. Hence the player that does not exist. So, Red, let's see. You are correct. Are they all the souls of the people not realizing they're already gone? That is a huge, huge theory, and that is a correct theory. So, I feel like I don't want to consider this spoilers. I just want to consider this a lore dump, because in Jerry's video, it's very, very, very obscure that he's dead. Very obscure. You really have to listen to everything I say to understand that he is not, in fact, alive. And I say it many times, right? In the Macbeth map, Macbeth parkour map, I say, he turns around and all the lights are out. I mean, the whole puzzle of him putting out the lights, right? I also say he turns around and looks at the world he's left behind, right? So, to be or not to be, right? To be or not to be. That is the question. The Shakespeare's one of the most Hamlet's famous lines is to be or not to be, to live or not to live. That's the question. So I had figured when we say the doubles and then they knew they had gone to a church and then the light at the tunnel and then them ending up in the theater meant they were already dead. So yes, yes, yeah. What was behind the iron door in the first vid? Though the one that Jerry missed. Okay, so when it's the same as in Maggie's vids. It's the teleportation to Good Strawberry. However, in practice, when I was running that scene, I kept missing the jump. So I said, forget about it. We're just going to like add it into the story. And so I said, oh, he missed. And then he was teleported. He gets to, no matter if he fell into the void, no matter what, if he fell off the parkour map, he was being teleported to Good Strawberry. So 11 videos. And I'm assuming at least the last video goes on what happens on the stage at the end of the video. So maybe 10 characters with weird time dilation effect. Wait, so did Jerry go to Good Strawberry then? Not just after the incident? Jerry has nothing to do with Good Strawberry except for the exploration of it in his video. Jerry was not a part of Good Strawberry's cult. Okay? 11 videos, 11 characters. Let's see what I can say. 11 videos, 11 characters. 2 we know for sure are dead. 2 we know for sure are dead. Will the big Shakes appear as a character? No. He's a detective. Pineapple is good on pizza. Mods promote him. Just kidding. Okay, so any other questions before we get into the video and I kind of deep dive a lot of Maggie's story? You are, guys, you finally are correct. I've been waiting to like expose this. You guys are finally correct in the fact that, yes, Jerry is in fact dead. Maggie is in fact dead. So any other questions before we talk about that and watch it? Because I'm going to go through a lot. I'm going to show you some secrets I know none of you have seen because I haven't seen any theories on it. So I have a question for you guys. How many doppelgangers are in the video? If you guys were able to count, how many doppelgangers did you see in the video? I promise you there's one more than you think. Draven, you're going to finish it now. You're going to finish it now. Sorry for the spoilers, but you're a week late. So, all right, shall we start? Shall we start? Shall we go? Shall we do this? All right, here we go. We begin the video now. Let me know if volume needs to be corrected or whatever, okay? Here we go. This is the final stage in a series of 5 of the hardest psychological puzzles Minecraft has ever seen. Wait, someone said wait, what's up? Right at the beginning. Also, there's going to be lag. I know there's going to be lag, so we just got to deal with it. Okay, here we go. Ready? And Maggie has nowhere to run. Okay, so here we go. Right at the start, it's the same start as Jerry's. This will be the same start for all 11. And I will clue the audience into what their story is about, their main theme, their driving flaw. You know, Jerry doesn't know the answer. Maggie has nowhere to run, right? So each character will have their own thing that will preface you to the story, right? Why is this showing up like this? I was led to another Minecraft video about Shakespeare. It's titled "The Rest is Loud." Hold on, why is this doing this? Why can't I get rid of these bars? It reads, "Congratulations on the success of your video. Time's glory is to calm contending kings, to unmask falsehood, and bring truth to light." So I forget, I think that line is from a book Shakespeare wrote. There was, I think, if I remember correctly, picking this line because there was a pandemic, obviously back then, and Shakespeare couldn't put it on his play, so he wrote a book, and this is one of the lines from the book. Obviously, the rest is loud. That is a call to the final line Hamlet says, "The rest is silence," before Hamlet dies. So the rest is loud. And that's because when people, from experience, my personal experience, depression can be very loud. Very, very loud. So the rest, meaning the death, is loud, right? Clearly, these people, Jerry and Maggie, in their death, don't have a quiet, restful moment, right? They're going through this crazy adventure. So the rest is loud. Does that make sense? Would love to stay, but the post-pub effect had me falling asleep. Can't wait for the 30th, though. All right, cool. This guy's a genius. Thanks, brother. So I replied, "Hey, thanks. Who is this?" I've received no response. I still haven't. The video starts out with a player in a tree looking over a gentle valley. Their FOV is zoomed all the way in, and it's not clear at the moment if they're simply exploring or intentionally looking for something. The player sets their FOV to 90, and then at this point backs up into the tree. To the right of the player, we... Okay, so clearly a nod to Jerry backing up into a tree, right? Trees will have a prominent fixture in the videos. Maggie starts in a tree, Jerry ends in a tree, Maggie is put in a tree later. So there's a lot there. You know, trees are literally the lungs of the world. They breathe life. They allow us the breath of life. So they are constantly in trees. Okay. Will there be more to the website about Strawberry? I signed up and got the email. What did the email say? What did the email... What did the response say? See a staircase of oak planks. The player then opens a book and skips all the way to page 4, but if we pause, we're able to read the first 3 entries. The pages read as followed. Day 1. Start of my forever world. I'm calling it the broken E, in memory of the broken E string on my guitar. Okay. We're going to be pausing a lot, guys, okay? Calling it the broken E. Obviously the broken E, the backward 3, a nod to Jerry again. A nod to Emojin, the constant use of the 3 as an E, so the broken E, and then in memory of the broken E string, because the guitar we used to record the song in real life was missing the E string, so that was a nod to my buddy Royce, who played the guitar for the song. His E string was broken, so I called Maggie's Forever World the broken E. Significance of an E string, is there one? So I found that the standard guitar is 2 E strings. Yep. The high E. It's so in our guitar, it's the high E that broke. So yeah, that's a Draven, that's a great thought. Really. Yeah, that's really smart. But yeah, so that was the idea of the broken E, right? And it was the high E string that was broken. LOL. Maggie. Entry 2 reads, Day 2. My starter base is done. It's cute, but I haven't seen any sheep, so no bed yet. My house is not yet a home. A line she will say often. Maggie. And finally, the 3rd entry reads, Day 3. Still no sheep. Is this an update? Do they spawn near Pale Gardens? Be careful, phantoms will spawn anytime. At least the insomnia can't have my daydreams. Maggie. Maggie clicks over to day. I just love that line. At least the insomnia can't have my daydreams. I just love that line. 4 and begins to write.
Day 4.
Okay.
Still no sheep.
I want to shout Chelsea out. Chelsea is the best actress I've ever worked with. I will show you a picture of Chelsea. This is my movie that I wrote. It's on Amazon. You can watch it. That's Chelsea. She played the love interest in my film. Where her. She's an amazing actress. She's the best actress I know. She's so freaking good. And we spent 2 days recording all her lines. And she just made me cry. Like every time I listen to her speak as Maggie, it just made me cry. She's so good. Take note of that line, because one thing I noticed through the vid is that none of the places she goes has a working bed. None are homes. Correct.
I think I'll take off tomorrow and find a better...
Also, Chelsea's voice sounds so similar to the AI voice I used for Jerry. Chelsea was supposed to voice Maggie in Jerry's video, but she didn't have enough time to voice it for me by the time I needed to upload. So I had to use 11 Labs AI voice to voice Maggie, but they sound so similar. It's like crazy.
Situation. At the same time, I don't want to keep searching. I want to stay put and...
That line, at the same time, I don't want to keep searching. Searching for a player that doesn't exist, running from a player that doesn't exist, searching for a world that doesn't exist. People often in comments say, does anything exist anymore? Like, what are we searching for? And that was a nod to that. At the same time, I don't want to keep searching, right?
Build my world. Maggie.
We now have an understanding. At the same time, I want to stay put and build my world, right? Very important to her. Understanding of who this player is. Maggie. Mags with bags. Maggie leaves the tree, but she does something interesting. Remember, I'm still new to Minecraft. She runs under the oak planks. I had to research all this. This stuff coming up that I talk about, I had to research it. Like, I didn't know that you could run under oak planks to go fast and then to also, like, get away from phantoms. I didn't know that. Also kind of funny that the Lectus sign means rest, and it spawns her in a fake bed that exists in a pillager's mansion. It's not a pillager's mansion, but that was intentional. Also kind of funny that the Lectus sign means best. We're going to talk about all the signs. We're going to talk about all of them. Initially, I wasn't sure why until I did some research. Maggie mentions a mob called phantoms. Now, this isn't new to any of you, but what I learned is if a player has... Well, now I'm not. I've been playing since last August, right? But building these videos, I had to break my rule for my Forever World, which was to like not use tutorials and stuff. I had to break my rule for that. So like, unfortunately, I know much more about Minecraft than when I was playing the Forever World. And so like that rule is kind of broken now. I still won't use tutorials for the Forever World, but like, yeah, I definitely know so much more. I will say, however, command blocks and learning about command blocks is very different than actually playing the game. No, like, I mean, the fake bed also spawns in the player. Oh, yeah. Slept in 3 days. They're given an effect called insomnia. This effect causes phantoms to spawn and attack you. By Maggie building an... So again, at least the insomnia can't have my daydreams. That was foreshadowing to this effect that is given to them, because Maggie's typing that in real life. I have insomnia. I can't sleep. Maggie doesn't sleep well. So she's I'm using wordplay to discuss Maggie's real life situation through Minecraft. Overhead bridge and running under it, she reduces the chance of phantom spawning because she hasn't slept in 3 days. Maggie continues on, careful to avoid any other mob. As she gets to the end, Maggie does something crazy. This part right here took me so long to film. I just kept dying. Either Maggie has a death wish or she's extremely efficient. Okay, so that line right there, either Maggie has a death wish or she's extremely efficient. Both are true. Both are true. Maggie had a death wish, and she is very efficient because she's a survivalist. She's a runner. She packs light, right? So both are true in that instance. Now, we learn 2 things about Maggie in this moment. She's extremely resourceful, but she also takes massive risks. I mean, look, she swims underwater until all her air bubbles are gone and comes up just in time. Regardless, Maggie continues to make her way upward until we see her arrive at her starter base. All those zombies, those are easy NPC. It's a mod. I did not have any mobs able to spawn, so I could just focus on building the video. Those are all easy NPCs. Those aren't real mods. I mean, aren't real mobs. I think it's apparent that Maggie's death is self-inflicted. I think it's apparent at the end. At the top, Maggie takes out her journal and logs a new entry.
Night.
I think the videos are probably, I'm assuming 3 years to upload all 11. They're big videos.
4. Okay, so there's a cave near the Pale Garden, and I think I'll go spend the night there mining and then take off tomorrow. Hopefully I can find a biome with a sheep. I need a bed.
Maggie takes a look out her window, assessing the possible threats. When she gets downstairs, she collects herself. And then she goes. I'll give it to her. Boom. Okay, so this flower here. This right here is a trigger command used with command blocks to summon the sheep. The sheep that we're about to see with Maggie, because no mob spawn, I had to summon one, and this is I run right through this flower to trigger the sheep. Maggie is not afraid. After all, she is playing on hard mode. Now, maybe the gods of Minecraft like Maggie's risky playstyle because they give her a sheep. Maggie runs straight over. Finally, after 4 days, she's on her way to make a bed. But then watch this. The sheep runs away. Now, I'm new to Minecraft, but I have never seen a sheep run from a player before. So that took me probably an hour to figure out how to do with command blocks, make the sheep run. It's pretty cool. Yeah, we do. We have a little green chicken. He usually flies right here, but he's right there, actually, right somewhere there. Are the grammatical errors intentional to show her distress, or did they just happen and you liked the take? So, I can't spell for crap. I cannot spell at all. And when I'm playing this, I'm typing so fast that all the grammatical errors just happen. However, it works because I'm stressed typing these lines out that all the grammatical errors and all the misspellings work for the story. Yeah, so they all work for the story. He was preening a second ago, yeah. So yeah, I can't spell for crap. I can't type for crap. So all the grammatical errors are all real from me, but it works for their story because of the panic that they're feeling. I think it elevates it. So anyways, this sheep is a teleportation command. The teleportation command, with command blocks, I have it summon, and then 8 seconds later, it runs in that direction, and it will just run forever. So right when it enters this forest here, I have another trigger command that will send it to the void, so it just disappears. And as fate would have it, straight into a pale garden at night. Maggie takes a second to assess her options, so yeah, but I think we know what she's going to do. Right here is where the command block triggers the sheep to disappear. Otherwise, it would have just kept running forever. She plays risky.
I've never seen a sheep's AI do that before.
Strange. Maggie looks around, weighing her options. Are other parts going to be different levels of ARG? Like part 1 was more technical than part 2. When I first saw the first one, I thought the 11 episodes were going to be uploaded to a random channel. Yes, they're all going to be varying degrees of technical. I will say Rational EXs will, in fact, have a lot more technicality to it than Maggie's. But I needed a breath of fresh air. After working Jerry's, I needed to relax from all the technical stuff and just do an emotional story. And now I need a break from the emotional story, and we're going to do kind of a blend of Jerry's and Maggie's, right? So Rationals will be far more technical, a lot more puzzles. But I wanted to be ARG in the sense that there is a real live website. Like you can go visit this website and email Good Strawberry, right?
Dang it.
Of course, Maggie decides to play boldly and head straight into the pale garden after this sheep, just as something unexplainable happens. Everything goes dark. Another trigger command, summoning the darkness. Of course, I did some research, and I think this is the darkness effect, but entering a pale garden doesn't just give you that. Maggie takes cover, unsure of how long the effect could last. But then, she hears the sheep. Somewhere in the darkness, the sheep is there.
What's going on? I've never experienced Minecraft doing stuff like this.
And just as suddenly as the cloud of darkness overwhelmed Maggie, it was gone. Maggie hears the sheep and then continues after it.
In and out as fast as possible.
Maggie runs in a direction. Thank you, Callum, thank you. At this point, I understood what was going on. Music's so good. Shakespeare. One of Shakespeare's most famous plays is A Midsummer Night's Dream. It is a play full of chaos and confusion. In Act 3, Scene 2, a fairy character... This is an AI-generated image. This play, this theater right here, doesn't exist. It's hard to find images like that I can use and monetize from any play. Like, obviously, I could have used an image from Royal Shakespeare Academy, or the Globe in London, or the Royal Shakespeare Company. But you know, those images are owned by them, and so I'm like, this is a good way to use AI. Like, I need a picture of this play. I can't use one that's copywritten or owned by the Royal Shakespeare Company, so I'll just have AI generate it. So for me, it's like, I then doctored it up, like all the film grain. I took it into Photoshop, desaturated it more, added film grain so that at least it looked old. But yeah, like AI generated image, because I can't use copyrighted images. Named Puck is instructed to prevent a duel from happening. He does this by casting a fog as black as Acheron. This explains that Acheron is like one of the hells. So the darkness effect Maggie's experiencing. Puck also imitates the boys' voices, throwing the voices all around the forest, getting them hopelessly lost. For whatever reason this is happening to Maggie, it isn't to help her find her way home. Love that line. The sheep's sound is becoming more panoramic. It's becoming harder to pinpoint where it's actually coming from. Nonetheless, Maggie presses forward. That's a common theme. Maggie pressing forward, Jerry pressing forward. And especially in this video, Maggie presses forward, right? Like, she's constantly running. And as we know from the end of the video that we will get to, it's like, you cannot change the past. You can only go forward. Maggie tries going backwards, coming up, but we can't. We can only press forward. Music's so good. Oh, love that. Suddenly, a wave of darkness hits her again. She stops.
God, what is this?
So, this is cool. This, anytime you watch the video, anytime you see a log in the pale oak garden that is on its side, I have never seen pale oaks generate on their side like this in the garden, ever. This is all man-made. The reason I put these here so they could, because this is a path. It's a very specific path I have to run because I have to hit so many trigger commands to summon various effects that anytime I had to put down like markers. So a pale oak laying on its side was a marker to me for me to go to the next direction. So if it's pointing this way, I'm supposed to go forward next, right? If it's pointing to the left, I go that way. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you for the $2. You're so wonderful. So yeah, so these are trigger points. You'll see as she runs through the garden, anytime you see a log laying down, that's a direction I have to turn. And that was just for me, because you get lost in those pale gardens, man. At this point, it's too late. Maggie has to keep going. At this point, it's too late. Maggie has to keep going. A clue. I don't know if this was intentional, but when it says she keeps pushing forward, it directly contrasts to her death, which is often stereotyped to be giving up. Yes, correct. But now that she's in this new place, she can't go back. She can only go forward. She's made the decision. She's made this decision. So watch, see? Now that I see that I have to go left because there's the log. So watch, pop over, go left. See? And then I go backwards. And then this one tells me I have to go behind my. So yeah, that's how I clued myself into the directions I was supposed to be going. The sheep's sounds are becoming more confusing. Was not expecting Maggie's story to be so much heavier than Jerry's. Yeah, me either. Maggie desperately tries to keep up, becoming more lost with each twist and turn. Okay, ready? Open your eyes. Do you see her right here? I can't zoom in. But right there, that's the very first Maggie doppelganger we see. Right here. Way in the background. Way in the background, Maggie, little first doppelganger we see. It's impossible to notice unless you're going frame by frame through the video. But I put that there hoping that someone would. No one did. So now I'm showing you. First Maggie doppelganger, way in the back right there. Initially, this entire scene, she was going to be chased by a ton of Maggies. A ton of them. But I felt that was... it just exposed everything way too soon, and so I cut all of that, and I just had her being chased by something. Thou run away, thou coward. This line I'm saying now is from Midsummer Night's Dream. One of the lovers, the two boys, Demetrius and Lysander. I think it's Lysander saying this to Demetrius. It could be the opposite way around. But they're chasing each other through the forest because they're pissed off at each other for like liking each other's girl. And so one of them's like, "You run away, you coward! Come fight me!" And this is the whole thing. Puck is like in the play. Puck is like throwing each other's voices, like, "I'm over here, I'm over here." And so this is a line from that, but I twisted the tone in which I said it. So in the play, it's like, "You run away, you coward," and in this one, I made it more accusatory. "You run away." I wanted to accuse Maggie of running away, right? "You coward. Follow my voice. Follow my voice." Maggie looks like she's beginning to panic. Another wave of darkness. Another wave of darkness. If you've ever been in a depressive state, bipolar, whatever, it just comes in waves. It comes, and so this whole moment is symbolic of that. Every wave of darkness, and then light, and then another wave of darkness. And sometimes the darkness gets so heavy. So it's all about Maggie's depression, coming in and out of waves. Maggie just runs now, unsure of where to go or what to do. Maggie just sounds of the sheep are becoming overwhelming. That's a foreshadow. Maggie just runs, unsure of where to go, what to do. Because when you're in that depressive state, sometimes you just don't know what to do. Filming. Maggie takes cover behind a tree. It seems that she's hoping to just wait out the storm. Wait out the storm. Again, guys, everything I say, listen to every word I say, because everything I say is poetic or metaphorical. You know, like Shakespeare, you're taught when playing Shakespeare to let the words do the work. Don't play Shakespeare. Just speak it, right? Listen to the words I'm saying, right? Yeah, I love that. I love the open eye blossom staying visible. It was just because when you're depressed and until you've really gotten to that point where you're like, I'm considering this next step, there's always a little glimmer of hope, just a little glimmer of hope, just a little light guiding. And this is what it is. It's just this little tiny glimmer of light that's guiding her, just a little piece of hope, like her journal. Right? It's just this little bitty piece of light that's just guiding her the next step. Just if I can get to the next step. And after what seems like forever, light. Maggie, because, man, sometimes when you're depressed, it just feels like forever. And then suddenly, especially like bipolar, suddenly it's just light. I'm okay. Just stands there, composing herself. And she's finally led to the sheep.
Okay.
Maggie slowly approaches the sheep, not wanting it to run off again. So far. So in order to keep the sheep in the same spot, I have a command block under it that it's surrounded by glass, right? And then there's a command that turns the glass invisible. Essentially, players are able to walk through it, but other mobs and entities cannot get through it. So same with the donkey, all the sheep, they're locked in place. They can't move because every time I put the sheep there, it would just wander off. I needed it to stay there. So good. But a Puck is a mischievous fairy. Again, Maggie looks, that's a command, you know, as I hit a certain trigger, it sends the sheep to the void. I thought a lot about that. Why didn't Maggie have shears? I thought a lot about that critical story element. Why doesn't Maggie just keep shears on her instead of having to kill the sheep? Why doesn't she keep shears on her? Shear the sheep, have it grow back, shear the sheep again, right? That was a huge issue I was having as far as the story was concerned. The answer I came to, thank you so much. You guys are amazing.
Hope is one of the most powerful forces on Earth.
Oh, you guys are so amazing. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. So yeah. Oh god, you guys are making me, oh, my heart beat. Really appreciate all the donations, guys. Thank you. So yeah, what was I saying? Lost my train of thought. Oh, the shears. So you can't see the subs or super chats? What the frick? What? Mm. Oh man, I was worried that this was gonna happen. It should be on. Donation alerts. Overlay correction. Unless that's... Let me see. Oh, maybe I can put it here. Oh, it's on top now, so maybe that'll work. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Now it should work. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. Yeah, it should work now. Yeah, it's let's see, searching stream. Yeah, it should work now. It should work. Okay, cool. So yeah, with the shears, it was like, okay, Maggie has a sword. She should have shears, right? Because she's looking for sheep. She's smart. She's resourceful. Why wouldn't she have just shears on her just in case at all times? And I really battled with myself over that. And I had gotten to the point where I had decided that the sheep was going to disappear at this moment. And initially what was going to happen was Maggie was going to run through the forest until, and I timed it. I set it up so that as she ran through the forest, her hunger bar depletes completely. Thank you. Red, thank you so much. You guys are awesome. So her hunger was going to deplete, and then she was going to like, okay, I either kill the sheep, shear the sheep, then kill it so I can get out of here because I need to run out of here. But unfortunately, it never quite worked out for her hunger to deplete all the way, and she had food on her already. And then I had figured out, okay, I'm just going to make the sheep disappear. So I had to just bite the bullet and take the L on this one. And I was like, okay, so Maggie doesn't have shears on her because she was going to be hungry and she was going to need to kill the sheep in order to get enough hunger bars back up so she could run out of the forest. But then I was like, no, I'll just make the sheep disappear. And that's why it's complicated and it's convoluted, and it was a decision that was hard to make. And I figured, well, maybe Maggie's not as resourceful as I thought she was, you know? So yeah, that's why she doesn't have shears. Yeah, still bugs me to this day. Around confused.
Huh?
She checks her inventory, but there's nothing in there. Maggie looks around, listening for the sheep, but there's no sound. Now, what you're about to see, use the sword for a knife to cut, I thought was with coping. Correct. That's correct. I did not edit. This is one take. All one take. Is brought. This is true. I did not edit any of this. I set up teleport commands all throughout this scene. Right back to where she was at. She looks around just as confused as I am. Now, we could write this off as the teleportation command, but again, this is a single player world. This is an anomaly. Wisely, Maggie decides to backtrack and retrace her steps. This is most important. But as we all know, going backward does not mean going forward. Going backwards, right back to the same spot. Going backwards does not mean going forward, and she's brought back right to the same spot. That is the theme of her life in this video. Maggie cannot go backwards. She can only go forward. She did something that you cannot take back, and it brought her right back to the same spot. All the pain, all the regret, all the troubled life she led in her real life. When she banned herself, those issues never left. They went with her. Okay. all the sheep sounds were added in post. It was going to take way too long to program the sheep sounds, so I just added all the sheep sounds in post.
Oh God.
Maggie takes off in a new direction, but it's clear whoever or whatever is doing this to her does not want her going home. So whoever or whatever is doing this to her does not want her going home. That will be a clue for a very far video in the future. Wait, what? She's out of the forest. She goes to run home, but sees herself. Now, every Maggie, it's said in the end of the video that all of these Maggies don't have name tags, but the final Maggie does. Also, all these Maggies, and you'll see it in the Julius Caesar, has bags under her eyes, Mags with bags. Bags metaphorical for all the bags she's using to run. At the same time, for the lack of sleep Maggie gets, the bags under her eyes. Oh, sorry. So yeah, all these Maggies have bags under their eyes. And the Maggie that she sees later with the name tag does not. So you can see here, right there, there's the dark circles under her eyes. That's the bags under her eyes. Mags with bags. I don't know how, but Maggie is nearly killed by herself. That's a big line. I don't know how, but Maggie is nearly killed by herself. That is a foreshadow. This is all too weird for me. I mean, A Midsummer Night's Dream is a comedy. This is not that.
I'm going crazy.
Maggie tries one more thing. She decides to block up and out. Still one take, but that doesn't work either.
No!
She's stuck. Running. I really, because my fear with this was that people are going to be like, why, dude, the Pale Gardens aren't that big. Just run in one direction. Run in one direction and you'll get out of it. I wanted to make sure that Maggie, no matter what I wanted to impress upon people that she was trapped. She couldn't just run out of the garden. She was trapped in this sphere. She could not run. All she does is run. Very early in the video, she tries to run and she cannot run. She's trapped in circles, getting lost in the darkness. Getting lost. So again, Maggie running in circles, getting lost in the darkness, and then instantly cutting to black. Now, it took me a second, but I noticed something. When I rewatched the footage, I noticed that when Maggie leaves the Pale Garden, she ends up in the exact same spot the sheep was initially when this whole mess started. And the Maggie doppelganger is chasing her the way she chased the sheep. When she runs back into the Pale Garden, she ends up in the same spot the sheep was just before she tried to kill it. Maggie is the sheep. So this moment is all about discussing the innocence Maggie has, right? Maggie had a hard life. And this is simply talking about her innocence, you know? And how she's constantly being chased by herself. How are any of the other ARG pro tags going to have above Durlord levels of intelligence? We'll find out. Durlord looked at a god's eyes. We'll find out. We'll find out. Now, that all being said, Maggie is still trapped until this happens. This time, a sheep doesn't sound off, but a donkey. Perhaps one of the most popular characters in A Midsummer Night's Dream is the character named Nick Bottom. Partway through the play, Puck turns Bottom's head into that of a donkey's. Now, what any of this has to do with Maggie, I don't know. But in order to find out, we have to keep watching. Maggie moves forward, trying to pinpoint the origin of the sound. Final question, because I don't want to spoil more for myself for the future parts, LOL. Are all the other parts going to be linked through Good Strawberry? Is there going to be other Good Strawberries? I will say this, not every part will be linked to Good Strawberry. What up? Cool. What up, cool? So yeah, not every part will be linked to Good Strawberry. And that's all I'll say about that. And then in the distance, she sees something red. Cautiously, she proceeds forward. I love this music. And there it is, a donkey on some sort of platform.
What the hell?
As Maggie gets closer, we see that the donkey is on what looks like a stage. All right, so obviously they all end up on a stage at the end. I'm building up to that. In the play, Bottom and his friends want to put on a play for the Duke at his wedding. They decide to rehearse in the forest at a place called the Duke's Oak. True. And Maggie is, after all, in a pale oak garden. It's crazy how well Minecraft lines up with elements of Shakespeare. It's crazy. Maggie turns and runs again, but this time she gets put in a tree. Yo, can you move your face cam so we can see the chat? Okay, let's see here. Put it up. Is that better? Maggie turns and runs again, but this time she gets put in a tree. There you go. So, right, she's put in a tree. And then this next shot right here is an exact callback to Jerry. Right here. Boom. So in Jerry's video, the final shot is we see Jerry looking at himself in a tree just like this. So this is a very direct callback to Jerry's video. Wait, in Jerry's vid, a version of himself was in the tree. Yep. Me when I don't get notified about a stream, and so I'm an hour late. You're good, you're good, you're good. We're still in the very beginnings. Yeah, he means the chat in the video. Oh, I see, I see. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, so obviously this is an homage, a callback to Jerry. Also a foreshadowing to all the other things. Trees have, like I said in the beginning, a very big point. So yeah, this looks just like when Jerry's head was in the tree. And then she says something I'm sure we've all been thinking. Super important.
I should just disconnect.
And I stay on this for a second. But she doesn't send it in chat, right? She deletes the message. She does not send it in chat. She doesn't make it an actuality. She deletes it. Maggie at this point doesn't know she's dead. She doesn't remember she's dead, right? Thank you, good sir. Good luck with everything, and I will be tuning into every single part without fail. Just want to say an excellent idea, and I'm hoping we get one of the parts being spooky. I plan on it. Thank you. Thanks, Calvin. And then she says this.
Okay, Maggie. You have the tools. How do you cope? Cope. Cope.
So that's okay. So when you're struggling with things, depression, thoughts, anger, frustration, pain, deep pain, OCD. I was diagnosed with obsessive compulsive disorder when I was 10. Struggled with it heavily until I was 27. Got medicated when I was 27, and now struggle with it far less. But the various cope. The way I wanted that to be a battle in her mind. I wanted her to like okay, Maggie, you have the tools. How do you cope? And then the voices in her head start tempting her to cope in all the ways that she knows she shouldn't. Don't cope, don't seethe, don't made. Dude, repeating cope is way too real. Yeah, I love Maggie so much. Me too. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. When you're just like, you're having a panic attack or you're frustrated or anxious and you're just like, no, I can cope, I can cope. And you start spinning and then you're like trying to convince yourself to cope. Like, just cope the right way. Just do it the right way. Just trust, just do it the right way. And then you're starting to just cope the right way. And you end up just driving yourself crazy and you can't cope the right way anyway. Why do I feel like some of the things these characters go through actually somewhat reflect real life? Because they do reflect real life. Shakespeare once said, all the world is a stage and we are just merely players. Shakespeare wrote plays that spoke on real things, right? I'm creating a piece that speaks on real things, and it comes from something. Okay. Heavy. Maggie takes her axe and frees herself from the tree. Maggie takes her axe and frees herself. And then says this.
I can't do this. I'm going crazy.
Maggie approaches the donkey and decides to check in the saddlebags. Inside, we see a book and a quill, the goat horn yearn. The goat horn yearn. She's yearning for a home. And a lodestone compass. She places the items inside of her hotbar. She pulls out the lodestone compass and it points directly to where she came from. She asks if it's pointing towards home, which is paid off at the end, right? Is the lodestone compass pointing towards home? One can only hope. She gets to the end and she realizes where her final home was. One can hope. She then pulls out the book and quill and it reads this: chant faint hymns to the cold and fruitless moon. Find out moonshine, find out moonshine. Okay, a lot to unpack here. These are two separate lines spoken by two different characters at two different times. The first line is spoken by a character named Theseus, the Duke of Athens. A character named Aegeus wants to marry his daughter Hermia off to someone she doesn't love. If she doesn't obey, he wants to. These are all pictures that are in the public domain from paintings in like the 1800s of the plays. Enact old Athenian law and put her to death. Theseus evokes his power as Duke and says, we won't kill you, but you will become a nun, chanting faint hymns to the cold, fruitless moon. Find out moonshine, find out moonshine is spoken by Bottom. Now the context of this line isn't important right now. What is important is finding out how these two lines together get Maggie out of this situation. So it doesn't matter right now, but now I'll explain what that line means. Home is a people too, yep. If a place does not exist, find a family to be a home with, which is what Maggie thought she was doing in Good Strawberry, right? In the find out moonshine is when Bottom and the group of men, they call them the mechanicals, when they're rehearsing the play, they were like, it's ridiculous. They're so funny. They're trying to like figure out how to make the play as realistic as possible, but also understood that it's a play, so they don't scare anybody, right? And they were like, wait a second, if we do the play at night, we need light. So we should find out if it's a full moon. So let's find out moonshine. Get an almanac, get a calendar, an almanac, and we'll find out if it's a full moon the night of the wedding so that we can like perform with light. It's ridiculous. Bottom's ridiculous. So that's what the find out moonshine means in the play. But in this one, it's a clue to blow the horn. Maggie takes to the first clue and looks up, and she notices that the moon has stopped moving.
The moon? It stopped. What? Do I just blow the horn?
Well, so again, Maggie's puzzles are more emotionally charged. They're less technical. That's like, what? Do I just blow the horn? Okay, I'll just blow the horn. That's not a very hard puzzle to figure out because Maggie's not a computer tech genius, right? She's a runaway. She's a kid. So her puzzles are more emotionally charged, not technically charged. Worth a shot. And her puzzles are difficult in the fact that they all deal with searching or running through things and searching for answers versus just coding, right? So that's how Jerry and Maggie differ. They could not do each other's puzzles. There's no way Jerry could solve these puzzles. There's no way. He doesn't have the emotional capability to solve these kinds of puzzles.
Move.
Maggie takes center stage.
Maggie takes center stage,
which she does at the end, and blows the goat horn. Yearn. So again, I double that down. She blows the goat horn. Yearn. She's blowing on this horn called yearn. She's yearning for a home, right? Maggie has a friend named Jay. I'm wondering if Jay is Jerry. We'll find out at the end of the video. Comments the darkness effect.
Crap.
So now what's interesting is she summons the darkness effect herself, right? So previously the darkness effect was thrown upon her, right? It was thrust upon her. The depression came in waves. It was not her decision, not her choice. And now we get to the point where she's coping, reminding herself to cope. And then she puts the darkness effect on herself. I like that the difference between their types of puzzles being meaningful to the character. Yes. A great way for there to be more characterization outside of the dialogue. Yes. Maggie stands there, waiting. First time Maggie's not like running from something. So good. All one take coming up. All one take coming up. The tree has turned into a doorway. So this was an edit. So basically, I have two worlds set up, copy and pasted world. I could not physically summon this doorway, so I had to like edit that in. But everything up into this, everything after this is one take for sure. Maggie investigates the change. Nothing behind it. Looks the same except for this one tree. She takes out the lodestone compass and points it directly at the tree. I know this is not how lodestone compasses typically work, but in a game that lets you do anything is not. No, it's not the immersive dimension mod. I tried to use the immersive dimension mod, but it didn't work the way I needed it to work. So it's a teleportation command. In this pale oak garden, directly next to it is another pale garden on a hill, literally maybe 100 blocks away. So I set up this. I'll show you. So I built 2 stages with 2 separate donkeys. And through this, you can see this like setup here. I built the exit, which is way over here on a pale garden over here. It looks, I built it to look exactly the same. So watch. Two stages, she draws her sword and tentatively approaches the doorway.
Okay, you've seen worse.
Okay, you've seen worse.
Cope, you've got this.
Trying to pump herself up. Maggie walks to the doorway, and so this is, she teleports when she walks through that door. She teleports. This is the pale garden, way like 100 blocks away to the left. So she's she just teleports, a teleport command, and I had to build this area here to look exactly the same as the other side. The other side is a completely different world. How is this possible? Different donkey. She walks out the doorway and everything is as it was. She teleports right back to where she was. Right. Maggie walks around the tree and there's nothing there.
What the hell?
Maggie re-enters. This is my nod to House of Leaves. Enters this strange world and, in my opinion, is completely unprepared for what lays before her.
How?
No, there's no secret video, or there's no secret URL in Jerry's video. I wasn't that good then. She takes out the lodestone compass and it's pointing through this entryway. So I give Maggie tools that can help her find her way home, right? They're not always good. And then she sees another thing that isn't possible in Minecraft. Snow and rain in the same spot.
No.
So I use Axiom to build a lot of stuff, and this is just the bio painter. So I'm able to paint 2 biomes in two different spots. So I think next, like the snowy area is like a snowy biome, and then next to it is like just a plains biome. And whenever I summon thunder or rain or whatever, it just rains and snows in the same spot. Hi.
Oh,
welcome.
Way.
Maggie ventures forward, the path completely overgrown. And I know exactly what this means. One of the most famous lines in the play is spoken by Titania. If you ever have a chance, read this whole line. It's so beautifully written. I mean, it's so beautiful. Titania just pleading with Oberon to just like, chill, bro. Quit being a freaking dude, right? I'm gonna expose something major in this video now. Major. This, I wasn't able to say it in the video, and I wanted to so bad. All of these plays deal with various men, right? So like in the beginning of the play, Hermia is being oppressed by her father, and also Oberon is throwing a stupid fit, and Titania has the sense to try and talk him down, but Oberon is just a big fat baby, and Titania is like, can you just calm down? These are the forgeries of jealousy, right? Like, bro, chill. Oberon's just a big old baby. The two boys that run through the forest are fighting over girls. They want to kill each other over girls. They're so dumb. I really, really wanted to focus on the women of the play, right? I wanted to focus on Titania. I wanted to focus on Portia from Julius Caesar. I wanted to focus on, Margaret from Richard III. Margaret, or Maggie, who she's named after, is an old lady in Richard III who curses Richard III. She puts a curse on him because of what Richard III is doing. And Margaret, like, her curses come true in a lot of ways. So she is the foil. She's one of the foils to Richard III, right? So that's who Maggie's named after. But I really wanted to focus on the women because their stories are often underlooked, right? Like Portia freaking stabbing herself in the thigh to prove her love to her husband. Titania trying to talk down this big old baby of a man child who's like, oh, give me this. I want this henchman. I want him to be mine. She's like, no, I'm going to raise this child as my own because one of my best friends died. This is her kid. And so, yeah, as we get to each play, I will show, and then obviously in Othello, Desdemona, who was murdered by Othello, right? I really wanted to focus on her. Like, Shakespeare was so ahead of his time, and these plays really talk about the oppression of women. And it's just so, and so I wanted to expose that. I wanted to show that, like, these women are the ones who are being oppressed in these plays, and Maggie obviously oppresses herself. Queen of the fairies. For context, yes, they are like but see, that's the thing. Like Portia or Portia, Julius's wife, they're like, are they major figures in the play? No, but they are major figures. If you just like read it and see it, they're the ones who are like, listen to me, let me help you. Gosh, the women of the plays, they're the real heroines for sure. One of Titania's human friends dies, and she decides to foster her friend's child. But Oberon, king of the fairies, wants to make the child his property. So much so that he demands Titania give him the child. But she stands her ground, and Oberon's tantrum throws nature out of balance. Yeah, so dumb. So dumb. So that line, quaint mazes in the wanton green, for lack of tread are undistinguishable, in that line that Titania says to Oberon, she basically, she's like pleading with him, like, can you just calm down? All these things are happening because of you, right? And so this is the quaint maze, right? Back in London at the time of the plagues and stuff, at least in this play, you know, people were stuck inside. They were sick. The rain was going crazy. They weren't going on walks. And so all the brush and the forest and the parks were all overgrown. So that's that line means, and that's what it shows here. All this maze is just overgrown, and it's just even more, you grow more delirious on top of that, on top of just being lost in a maze. Maggie makes her way through this maze, becoming more lost, it seems, than when she was in the forest. Yep. Maggie begins to play with a bit more caution. She looks before she leaps now. But I guess when you're put into an unpredictable situation, you play predictably. Maggie pulls out the lodestone. Maybe following it will lead her to an answer. But It doesn't. So I wanted to set up a false sense of security with the compass. I wanted to set up that false sense, like it's not working, but it's not leading her anywhere. Also, are the skins ironic? It's funny that Maggie looks like she's at home, warm in an ugly sweater, and Jerry's in average uniform. Their skins are specifically picked, every single one of them. So Jerry's an office worker. So Jerry got his name. My little brother, I was trying to figure out a name for him. Initially, Jerry was Rational EX, right? But it just was too much on the nose. So like, I need someone super just average. And my brother and I were looking through various skins, and he goes, you want just a bland Jerry? Here's a bland Jerry outfit. And it said office worker. And that was it. And that was Jerry's skin. And I was like, what'd you call it? And he goes, it's a bland Jerry skin. I go, that's his name, Bland Jerry. So my brother came up with Bland Jerry. And then I saw Maggie's skin, and I was like, it's so perfect. It's just, it's got the same colors of strawberry. It's got the green bow. It's got the red sweater with the stripes. She looks like a strawberry. She's warm and cozy, but she's really anything but. So yeah, the skins are very specific. Rational EX, next story. And that's what I'm saying. If you look at Rational, you'll get an idea of what his story might entail, right? A lot of tech. Maggie presses onward, going through door after door after door. Maggie presses onward, going through door after door after door. Doors are openings. Doors lead you into different rooms, liminal spaces, right? The space of the unknown, right? And then also with Shakespeare, with like Hamlet, he says in the line, to be or not to be, he talks about like the only reason no one's banning themselves is because we really don't know what's on the other side. And so, yeah, that's what this whole thing symbolizes out. Also, it's just, I'm going to go through doors after door. I'm getting lost in this thing. Our clue to what there's, yes, the skins on the other characters will be clues to what their stories are about. Until she finally finds her way to the center of it all. Very specific wording. The center of it all. Very specific wording. Okay, so with Jerry's video is far more linear, right? It was like A, B, C, D, E, right? Jerry's a very linear thinker. He goes from one point to the next point to the next point. Maggie is emotional. She's lost in her head. When we're in our heads, it often spins around like a torrent of thoughts in the storm, and we spin ourselves into circles. And so I wanted to show Maggie's puzzles not being linear, right? So she's in the center of it all, a circular or a square maze that you walk into, and then there's 5 different doorways or 4 different doorways in the center of this maze, and she could go to any one of them, right? It's not linear, it's spinning around in her head, right? So that's the difference between their two puzzles, or the direction their puzzles move. Now, I had to watch the footage a lot, but with context, I think I was able to map out the maze. And it looks like this. In the same line where that effect took me so long to make. It took me so long. I'm going to pull something up really quick, just because I want to, right here. I want to get the words up there. Okay, cool. Here we are. Okay, cool. I'm going to talk about the Greek signs in a second. Anya pleads with Oberon. She mentions that the Nine Men's Morris is filled up with mud. What's Nine Men's Morris? It's a game, and it was played amongst the working class. It was often played outside, with the board simply being carved into the turf. And when it rained, the board washed away. Oops. The maze resembles the Nine Men's Morris. I'm starting to believe, talk about circular thinking, yep. I'm starting to believe that Rational EX is either Randall or the other person that Maggie had mentioned in her diaries other than Jerry. Rational is not Randall. There's playing board. So is Maggie just in a sick game? I don't know, but in order to find out, we have to keep watching. Again, Maggie pulls out her journal.
Night 4? Am I dreaming? I found a sheep.
So, am I dreaming? A Midsummer Night's Dream. The play she's in.
And then I got lost in the Pale Garden, and then what happened next? I saw myself, and then a donkey tied to a stage, now I'm in this maze. Okay, so Maggie, how do we cope? What's fact? That's the dumbest question I've ever asked.
Yeah, so Maggie, how do we cope? Okay, what's fact? What's fact? Let me think about what's reality in front of me. Just take a breath. I see a camera. I see a computer. I see a screen. I see a light. So, let me bring me back to reality. What's fact? And she's like, that's the dumbest question I've ever asked. There's nothing fact about this thing going on with me. Maggie steps up to one of the doors. Now I did my research. Okay, here we go. Let's talk about the door signs. Let's pull it up real quick. Okay, so this one, I have it all here. This one is Phyllis. It's ancient Greek. It's not just modern Greek. It's ancient Greek. So this one means leafy bower, or and a lot of you guys got it in the Discord. A lot of you guys look like you guys got it, right? Basically, the leafy bower, the leafy place, was the place that Titania went to rest, to sleep, to be at peace before Oberon intrudes on her very sacred space and has Puck drop the liquid into her eyes that makes her fall in love with Bottom. She's sleeping. She's in a vulnerable position. She's in her sacred space, and Oberon decides to play a trick on her. She was encroached on her sacred space. Obviously, Maggie's looking for a place to rest her curls. She's looking for her bed. This is where Titania would sleep in the Midsummer Night's Dream, okay? And I know what the signs say, but I trust you can figure it out. So let me know in the comments. And same with this door. This is the Othello, and this one means I can't say it. I think it's Myluca, and it's Cyprus, because Othello starts in Athens, and sorry, not Athens, Venice. It starts in Venice, moves to Cyprus, and so this is a word that they would have used in Cyprus, and it means pillow, because she's looking for the pillow, and it was a pillow that killed Desdemona. And then obviously you guys got lectus, which is bed in Latin for Julius Caesar. Thing she's looking for: bed, pillow, leafy bower. All the signs give her a false sense of security, the falseness, the hope she's looking for. A bed, a pillow, a leafy bower, something soft she can lay in, she can rest. It's all just tempting her. It's just all mocking her. And Maggie makes her way back up to the first door and cautiously observes it. She pulls out the lodestone compass, and it is once again pointing directly at it. Also, something cool. This is the same world file that Jerry's in. So I built Maggie's world in Jerry's world, right? So this lodestone is pointing directly to, this lodestone compass is pointing directly to the lodestone in Good Strawberry. It's all the same world, right? I didn't want to start a new file for Maggie. I just said, I'm going to build it in Jerry's world. And then where does Maggie end up? Where does Maggie end up? She walks through and finds herself in the tree in the leaves in the tree, the leafy bower, right? Beginning of the video.
What?
But as we know, A Midsummer Night's Dream is full of illusion.
Wait. I see something.
Maggie turns her FOV way down to 30 again and notices that the animals from the beginning of the video aren't moving. In fact, they're all lying upside down. When Maggie views the land. So obviously in Minecraft, when an animal dies, they just kind of poof away. But this was a command I made to like kill their AI and then dinner bone them so that they, flipped upside down and then it just couldn't move. And then they're also surrounded by glass, so they can't move anywhere. Landscape in the beginning, we can clearly see that the animals are alive and well. But now...
Are they
Maggie decides to investigate. Back to playing risky. But so, back to playing risky, and then she jumps out of a tree and gains damage. Something she hadn't noticed. Her food.
What? Where's my food?
Before Maggie was teleported, she had 2 pieces of cooked pork chop, and now they're missing. Without much of a choice, Maggie moves on. She arrives to the chickens, and they are, in my opinion, dead. I love the way I say that line. They're dead. They are, in my opinion, dead, right? And obviously, foreshadow. She continues her investigation, confirming that the other animals are also dead. Foreshadow. Everything's in the words, what Maggie does next is huge insight into who she is as a person. When faced with a desperate situation, she will do what it takes to survive.
Okay, better than nothing.
She eats the raw beef, but it's poisoned. She quickly begins to take damage, and there's nothing she can do about it. Again, that's a command I made so that when they eat anytime she ate this beef or whatever, she would get poisoned. Same with the berries. She's taken down to 3 hearts, and she's missing a hunger bar. She can't replenish her health. Everything now is life-threatening, but this also speaks back to Titania. Everything now is life-threatening. Right? Tanya's line. The fold stands empty in the drowned field, and crows are fatted with the Murrian flock. Murrian is a general plague that affected livestock, and the crows would feed off the rotten meat.
It was poisoned.
Solutions from desperate attempts often hurt you. Solutions from desperate attempts often hurt you. Listen to the words. Listen to the words. Solutions from desperate attempts often hurt you. Or desperate choices. But Maggie can't look back. She just has to move on. Maggie can't look back. She just has to move on. I'm cluing you in, right? Oh no. If you've seen part 1, you know exactly what this is. And if you haven't, there's a link to the video in the description. Maggie takes the sweet berry bushes, taking damage while she does it. That's obviously very poetic and foreshadow. And she eats it. And the berry poisons her too, because it's the sweet berries that the death cult eats at the end that kills them, right? So it's the sweet berries that... so I wanted to show that the sweet berries poisoned her to foreshadow the fact that the cult at the end eats sweet berries, poisonous berries. Also poisons her.
No!
She has to survive on half a heart. Let me catch up on this chat, sorry. I didn't see. Comel's man, yeah. Any hints for Rational X? Because from all the hints, it can go in so many different directions. No hints for Rational. I don't know if they're going to be in the same world. I might build them in the same world. Depends on the lag. In a way to show they're connected. Being Jerry's world, what a deep line, yeah. Foreshadowing with repeated bricks to the head, yep. Which is so sad because that means that the cult suffered immensely before they died as they were poisoned. Yes, exactly. It was not an easy death. It was a poisoned death, right? Also, I love how you pay attention. Each player has their own verse in their own video that particularly summarizes the character. Yes, I only noticed at this point that it is a second part. Good. That's the freaking idea. And it's supposed to be a standalone. You can watch any of these videos at any point. You don't need to watch any one of them in order. You can watch them in any order and you will get it. It's supposed to be built as a standalone video, but they are all connected in the same universe, right? And I think that's why YouTube maybe suppressed this video a little bit, because in the description originally I put it was a second part, and I think it pushed the video or suggested the video to those who saw the first part. I don't know. It's a theory I have. Will they have their own chronological order? There won't be a chronological order. You can literally watch any of the videos in any order, but they all connect at the end. Maggie decides she's had enough and leaves, but not before the thing she's been fearing the most spawns. Yeah. So now again, with good storytelling, there's a thing called Chekhov's gun, right? If you show a gun in the first act, the gun better go off in the third act, right? That's classic storytelling 101, right? So I talked about the phantoms in the very beginning, and by the end of Act 1, we are rewarded with the phantoms being spawned. And these phantoms are commanded. They are commanded to follow her very fast, and they are commanded to not kill her. The phantoms are analogies. No, I don't think they're the ghosts that haunt her. I think they were literally just a symbol of the fact that she doesn't sleep. She's insomnia. She has insomnia. But yeah, anyway. One bite from a phantom will kill her. She needs to move quick but conserve her hunger. And that's why it looks weird, all 4 phantoms like bunched together chasing her like that, because I kicked up their speed so they could keep up, and they were like magnetically attached to her. I'd actually almost forgotten about the phantoms being a worry until they show up again. That's the point, right? I drop a hint, and then it's rewarded later. And a good writer will help you forget about that issue, like the issue that's brought up early. You'll forget about it, and then suddenly it pops back up, and you're like, "Oh my gosh, I forgot about that." That's exactly the point. I'm making a new video. I'm not working on rationals yet. Taking a break from this series right now. But we're going to talk about the new video after this. Ups down to 3 hunger bars. She can't run anymore. She needs to stay under every block she can. I was so Phantoms scared of
fly and they dive bomb you.
If she stays under blocks, she should remain protected. I had to re-record this so many times because of the half heart issue. Like she'd like get hit by something and then just like I'd have to start over. Again,
The overhead bridge
right?
is working. The phantoms are taking damage.
So then I pay off the overhead bridges, right? You set it up, pay it off. Yeah, the jump, I kept dying at the jump at the end.
One dies. Wisely, knowing she's protected, Maggie moves to a walk to preserve her hunger bars. Maggie approaches the cliff.
So now that I just triggered right there, Maggie just triggers the sound effect for phantoms. I actually don't have phantoms following her the rest of the way, just a sound effect following her.
And now I know why she practiced the jump.
Again, pay off, right?
For moments like these.
I fell here so many times.
Perfect. And then I realize it. Maggie's a genius. She built her second head bridge the exact distance it takes a player to swim underwater for 1 full breath. Phantoms can attack you underwater, but you can still outswim them if completely submerged. Carefully, Maggie makes her way upward.
Swimming wasn't an issue. I built that up so that I could make that. I swam all the way with one breath until I couldn't, and then that's where I decided to build the bridge. So she's safe. Throughout the video, Maggie hides in this same corner. She always finds corners to hide in.
Oh my-
Maggie always backs herself into a wall, right? The choices she makes backs her into a wall. Right, backs her into a corner. So Maggie's always putting herself into a corner she can't get out of.
My God, what is going on?
How long does it take to modify and edit the music? Well, I did. So the first parts of the video is Suno AI, and then pretty much the rest of it after this is all Epidemic Sounds or Epidemic Sound music. So I was able to find a lot of great music on Epidemic Sound. With Jerry's video, I wanted to experiment. I wanted to try AI music. I wanted to try it, and it really worked out. It really, people love the music. And then some people find out it's AI and they're like, oh, I disrespect you, whatever. And I'm like, bro, you loved the music 2 minutes ago, right? This one, I was like having a lot of trouble with the AI music, believe it or not. I don't know why, but I could not find the right sound. And so I was like, let's go to Epidemic Sound. And then let's just find a lot of great music there. And I did. And obviously it works, as Epidemic Sound's classic and it always has worked. And so, yeah. First part is AI music. The next, like the rest of it, is all pretty much Epidemic Sound. Suno is touchy. Yeah, I love it, but you've got to be really specific, and it's not perfect. It's not perfect, and it takes a lot of tweaking. But that's why I just forget it. I'm just going to Epidemic Sound because I don't have the time, and Epidemic Sound I'm able to just find the music real quick. However, Epidemic Sound, dude, let me tell you something. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong. You're able to take a song from Epidemic Sound that is made by a human and put it into their AI software and tweak it to a creator's liking. So now Epidemic Sound allows you to alter somebody's handmade music with AI and make it your own. That I don't like at all. Thank you. Yeah. I'm really specific with my prompts, really specific with the prompts to find the right touch, right? Like with the Midsummer Night's Dream maze, the forest, I had to find music that had elements of magicality in it, you know? Checks for any phantoms. Yeah. It's crazy. I cannot believe it. You're able to alter with AI someone's handmade music in Epidemic Sound. Like everyone's trying to get on the AI bandwagon, right? Every company, including Epidemic Sound. I won't do that though. If a song's made, I will not alter somebody's song with AI. I won't. That's ridiculous. But they seem to have gone. But Maggie sees something more startling. A journal. Her journal.
I already have my journal.
And she does. Says that line. Checking the footage, in the beginning of the video, there was no journal in this bookshelf. I used AI generation for some of the images in this video, like the image of the Midsummer Night's Dream play with like Puck and Lysander and Demetrius, because I can't use a picture from the Royal Shakespeare Company. I can't use it. It's copywritten, right? So, yeah, I do use AI intentionally with very specific purposes, right? Because I don't want to abuse it. Is this house supposed to be a mirror of her own house? It is not a mirror of her own house. Whoops. It is not a mirror of her own house. It is a distortion, we'll say. Edit of every time someone says journal in this video, it replaced with diaper pines yelling the journal. I don't know what that means.
What?
She opens the journal and begins to read it.
Dear Jay, my new email and password is callumlover03@gmail.com. Pass, 5sauce is the best.
So I think 5sauce is an incredibly talented group of guys, and they're really talented. So I just was like, I'm gonna put 5sauce in, because that's someone a 12-year-old girl like. Also, it's supposed to date it, right? So when you understand 5sauce and you understand the album she's referring to, you can then determine how old she would have been then, right? So it's supposed to date it around 2014 or something like that. Oh, Gravity Falls. Does the email work? callumlover03@gmail.com. It does not work. However, someone made it, and I got. The Good Strawberry email got an email from callumlover03@gmail.com. Was that info ever needed for something? The logo details? Was that, I don't know. Was that info ever needed? Maggie is 22, I believe, or she was 22.
So I don't forget. Maggie.
So So yeah, that's why she loves Callum, who's the bass player. 5 Seconds of Summer. 5 Seconds of Summer. He's the bass player. And yeah, I just think they're a talented band. So I just did this. Was that login ever needed for something? No, it's not.
Dear Jay, Callum is yum. I will marry him and we will be so hot together. He will propose to me at the beach during sunset and then we will make out.
So I had to channel my 12-year-old girl inside of me. I had to channel that and think, how would a 12-year-old girl talk about her favorite band? And I was like, you know what? She'd probably just like want to get married at the beach and then make out. So that's why I hope it reads as like something like realistic. Like I hope I have younger sisters. This is how they used to talk about their favorite bands, but I hope that read.
Maggie, dear Jay, sounds good, feels good, is so good.
So again, I intentionally chose that album so that people would like say, oh, when did that album release? This is about when Maggie would have played. This is how old she probably would have been then. So instead of telling you the date, I put clues into it so you guys can find out what the dates are.
I wish I could see them in concert so bad. Maggie! Me yelling in pure excitement. February 22nd. So I came across...
Okay, so we have Maggie talking to Dear Jay. Then we have Maggie dating things, right? And you can tell with Chelsea, her voice acting, when she plays the kid or her past self, she's vibrant and young or whatever. And then when she gets to the modern time, February 22nd or the dates, her voice gets really, it changes. You can hear a tone, it changes. And she's more like, there's a lot less hope in her voice.
Across this website, goodstrawberry.org, and it's interesting. They seem to have some good programs that might be able to help people like me. I reached out. I'm waiting for a response. Maggie.
So good. Maggie throws the journal across the room, but the entries seem innocent enough. Just a young girl obsessed with her favorite band. But clearly it's something more than that.
How does it...
But it was the final entry that aroused concern for me. It's the mention of Good Strawberry and that they seem to have programs that might be able to help people like her. But what does that mean? Maggie is clearly shaken by this. And then this happens. Another trigger command. The shattering of glass is heard from downstairs. So that wasn't in post. That sound, that effect, there's not post. That was actual, like as a command block, I hit the center spot right here. I hit this block, and then it triggers the glass to break downstairs, along with the sound, along with the book to pop out of the ground. And I'll show you that in a second. I use a lot of, I try to run these whole levels in one take. I try to do it in one take. And so I need this is why it takes me so long to build the videos, because I'm doing so many different command blocks to make everything actually happen. I want to do as little work in post as possible. So yeah, again, all one take. So she runs into the house, the door, the window, this door here. This door, this window, and this book are not there. She goes upstairs, she hits that middle block, and then it's command to destroy the glass with the sound effect, pop the book up, which is under here as a clone, and then it also summons this door here. The website actually exists. Go ahead and submit your contact info. Let us know what you find. There's a book at the base of a broken window, and a pale oak door outside. So yeah, so again, in Julius Caesar, Cassius is like trying to convince Brutus to kill Julius, and so he has his people like leave forged notes on Julius's windowsill to tell him to like wake up, right? Now, I'm going to talk about this line in a second. Side. Cautiously, Maggie approaches. Exactly. She observes the broken window, and clearly someone or something is trying to send her a message. Maggie, thou sleepest. Awake and see thyself. Shall home, etc. Speak, strike, redress. Maggie, thou sleepest. Awake. So that line was written obviously, so Shakespeare wrote plays for the common tongue, the common people at the time. And that line, speak, strike, redress, wake, awake, awake. He wasn't writing to Brutus. He was writing to the people. Guys, wake up. Look at your queen. Look at your queen. If I'm not mistaken, I think this is correct. Could be wrong, though. Correct me if I'm wrong. But look at your queen. Don't let yourself fall to a tyrant, right? People, wake up, speak, strike, redress, right? I mean, Shakespeare was an artist. Of course he doesn't like politics. Of course he doesn't like government. He's telling people, fight for your rights if you need to. So that's what that line really means. That's from Julius Caesar when Cassius is trying to convince Brutus by placing forged notes on his window to kill Julius. But also, it really works for Maggie because the line is awake, awake. But Maggie has insomnia. She's not sleeping. So how can she awake if she's not asleep? So what does that mean? Well, maybe she is asleep. Wants Brutus to wake up and see the tyrant in front of him.
I'm sick.
And it works. Okay, so what is this trying to get Maggie to see about herself? That was a clue for you guys. What is this trying to get Maggie to see about herself? I was telling you guys, think about what this is telling Maggie. Pale oak door, foreshadow, of course, good strawberry. She faces. Also, the entire pale oak garden is a foreshadow for good strawberry. It's the tyrant in front of her. Because good strawberry is made of pale oak. Aw, her cows.
No.
Yep, Shakespeare was great at it. That's exactly right. This Pool, you're exactly right. Shakespeare was really good about politically messaging in his plays, with both Elizabeth and James very well veiled to keep deniability, but clear in what it means. Yes, Coriolanus drove the point home. Yes, exactly. My next video is done in the same way. I'm glad you took Shakespeare classes. So glad.
You know what? You.
I wanted Maggie to feel like a badass right there. I just wanted to feel like a badass. Teleportation command near the forest.
Now I'm angry.
Maggie discovers another door she didn't see before, and it says Lectus. Now,
Obviously spelled with a V because in ancient Roman they didn't have the letter U. The V was doubled as a U. Let me know in the comments if you can double U, right? Figure out what it means. But a W looks like a V. All right, so super important.
Well, let's find out.
In order to, so that was a command. So up above her are two entity blocks. So she would summon into this bed face down. Because every time she summoned into the bed, she'd be face up like this. I needed her to be face down looking up at the ceiling so that I could reveal the bed to her. Now, let's talk about the wool. A lot of people have said, Maggie, why didn't you just grab the wool? It's right there. It's right there. Just grab this wool, right? Do you think that whoever's doing this would have made it that easy? No. She can't just grab the wool. It wouldn't. It's never that easy. She's in a bed. She's in a bed. No. A cruel joke. Mm-hmm.
A bed.
Also, the design on the bed, a throwback to Jerry's video. This is the same design in the Tempest Island house he lived in. Same design as the couch. This kind of look here. So again, throwback. And no, she's in the Soul Valley. The Nether. In the Nether, right? Soul Valley. Ooh, because soul lanterns appear. So she's in the Soul Valley. This took forever. So, put the house here, made it command so fire and lava wouldn't spread so that it wouldn't burn the house down. And then I had to clear out a bunch of stuff, and like this took me forever to do, like hours to clear out so much stuff, and then like refill it with lava so the lava wasn't moving. It was just flat surface. I had to, dude, this took forever. But how ominous is this? Like, look at how beautiful this looks, right? Just that imposing figure in the foreground, or sorry, in the background. In the distance, the Colosseum. The Colosseum. So scary. I love it. We are now in the play Julius Caesar. And filmmaking technique, frame within a frame, right? A frame within a frame. So here's the frame, and the frame is this, and then the frame is here. So that's a classic filmmaking technique. Forcing people to see what you want them to see by framing things within the frame. So yeah, I put that right in the center. Imogen in all of this. She's the ringleader behind all of this. I'm calling it. We'll find out, Red. And another journal.
Another one?
God, Chelsea's so good. This music's so good. I believe this is from Emmett. Maggie grabs the journal and begins to read it.
Dear Jay, new house, new me. That's what they say. This pair is awkward. They have pics of birds in all their bathrooms. The male figure seems sweet, though. I think the female figure wishes she was a 50s housewife.
Good question, Sam. Also the thumbnails. Why does Jerry? Jerry is not in his, but Maggie is in hers. Simply because I wanted to capitalize on Wifies' thumbnail. Wifies' thumbnail was very specific and it's iconic, and so I wanted to capitalize on that. I wanted to embody it. At the same time, Jerry wasn't the most important figure at that moment. It was Shakespeare's Globe Theater. So again, it's framed within the frame. If you look at the thumbnail, it's a circle leading out of the tunnel. You see in the tunnel, you see the Globe Theater, right? And then behind the Globe Theater, it's mountains, like mountains range, right? Because originally it was going to be called Cardenio, and it's a lost play of Shakespeare's. We think it's Shakespeare's, we're not really sure. Anyway, so there's upside down mountains because it's an upside there. Everyone's world is totally upside down. Jerry's not in his because one, I didn't know that there was going to be more than just Jerry's. So yeah. Oh, it is. It is. It's getting echoed in dozens, and now it's time to. But I mean, same. It's like that's how YouTube works. That's the game, right? You see a thumbnail that works, you see a title that works, and then you just, as Ludwig says, yoink and twist, right? So like, take the idea, make it your own. So that's what I did. I took the feeling of Wifies, I put the Globe Theater in it. And I have the same kind of feeling, but even with the title, right? Searching for a player that doesn't exist, running from a player that doesn't exist. But as you guys know, it's very clear, very, very, very important to me to actually have the titles not be clickbait and to actually have them mean something, right? So that's why in the video, that's why the thumbnail, what the frick? Hold on. That's why the title is repeated in the video. It's so important to me that the what is this? What the heck?
I think she thinks she's retro, but she's just aging herself. See?
But yeah, anyway, so that's why the title is so important, because it means something to the story. I've watched a lot of Minecraft ARGs, and most of them have been getting super repetitive. Your twist of adding Shakespeare into the ARGs has been such a great breath of fresh air. Thank you so much. Yeah, there's a lot of repetition, and I've struggled. I purposefully don't watch a lot of creators' ARGs. I watch Name-A-Text, and I'm watching Zacco builds right now. But like, I'm trying to watch some, but like at the same time, I don't want to fall into the trap of copying. I don't want to fall into the trap of repeating things that have been done because they can be repetitive. Now, format has to be repetitive. Like, oh, I was on a Minecraft forum and I found this thread, or I got an email, blah, blah, blah. Like some like formats within niches will always exist, period. They will always exist. So it's always going to be a suspicious email or a suspicious Reddit post or something. Like that's just the format, right? But the content is what's important. And I'm going to talk a little bit about my next video, but I have run it by some trusted individuals, and they have said that it's something they haven't seen before. So I'm happy with that. I know, title's actually meaning something, right? Like, for real, like, it was so important to me. I was like, I'm not going to let this be clickbait. I'm not going to just rip off Wifies' title. I'm going to use it. I'm going to use it.
At the next place, Mags.
Now, I had to censor the first part because of the very colorful words.
It's all, there's, the actual words are there, and they're really bad.
Maggie decided to use, but the rest says,
Dear Jay,
So if the title doesn't exist, then they are alive, doesn't exist, they are already gone / dead. This is called the Exist series. This is called the Exist series. Yes. So, searching for something, running from something. No, I'm not going to say the actual words. I don't want to get demonetized.
hate her so much. She makes me so mad. I mean, Jake could actually do so much better. I know for a fact she's mooching the system and I'm just her paycheck. Mags.
So,
angry Mags.
okay, so I wanted to set up a way that was consistent with how Maggie writes, right? So at the end here, Mags with the angry face, angry Mags. That's how she like signs off in a lot of her Good Strawberry entries and the journals in Good Strawberry. She signs off that way. Mags with a little face and then determined Strawburbs Mags or whatever, right? So this has been how she's written her whole life.
Dear Jay, my case manager told me I have to stop requesting new homes. I truly believe that some people can't be helped. Clearly, look at the people they stick me with. And I want to be helped, but I refuse to fund Big Pharma and their politics. So no, I will not take medication. It's a con.
So now we're getting an understanding of kind of where Maggie's at in life. She's entered puberty. She's going through all the hormone changes. She's up and down. Her depression is up and down. Her anger is up and down. She's going kind of like her hormones are whack. She's not fit. She's not feeling right in her own body, as many of us don't a lot of the time. And then she's beginning to develop her, her ideals, her policies that she will take on throughout the rest of her life. And I will not fund Big Pharma. Their politics are a scam, blah, 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 right? So she's like, later she says, I believe in sustainability, right? So she gets fired from her job because she mouths off, right? So like she's growing into herself.
Mags. Dear Jay, this new medication is...
And then immediately after is the entry, oh, this medication's balancing me out. Maybe a does work, right? So the reason I put this in, because I grew up with a father who doesn't believe, he doesn't really like a lot of pharmaceuticals. He's more of a naturopath. I get it. Works for some people. Didn't work for me. But, I think I grew up with the idea that pharmaceutical medication was bad. It was so bad. And then I started taking it and I was like, whoa, I feel normal. Right? Because sometimes people need pharmaceutical medication. So again, I am not saying what to do with your own bodies, but talk to a doctor. If you feel like that's something you need, talk to a doctor. Figure out what works for you, right? For me, pharmaceutical medication really works. It helped me. So yeah, like that's what Maggie here is figuring out now. She's like, oh, I hate the system, but this thing works, but I hate the system. Right? What psychological conditions did you imagine Maggie to have, like anxiety, depression? Yeah, depression for sure. Not so much anxiety, bipolar, for sure. When this bit came up, I paused for a bit and unironically went, oh, honey, no, you have to take your meds, please. Please, I'm begging. Big Pharma sucks, but whatever, take your medication, please. Yeah. I've seen how the I will not take the meds can spiral with some issues. Yeah. I know why people grow into that, but for some mental struggles, like it's a really big boon. Yep. Yeah. I grew up, I took my first, so when I was 10th or 12th, when I was 12, I finally got medicated. I was on 2 medications, and by sophomore year of high school, my hair started falling out. And I think I was just too little. Like my body couldn't process it. I think I was maybe taking too much for my body weight. So I had negative side effects, stopped taking the medication, pretty much cold turkey. Went back on natural supplements. That didn't work forever. And then back when I was 27, finally got on a medication that just worked. And I have not stopped since. And it just works. It just works. Oh no, where'd the chat go? No, where'd the chat go? Did I stop streaming? What the heck? Chat, I can't see the chat. No, what happened? What the heck? Hold on, guys. You guys are, let me see here. Hold on. Technical difficulties. Chat. Okay, dogs. Let's say chat. What the heck? Okay, something's wrong. Maybe go here. Let's go here. What the heck? Let's go here. Okay. We're still here, chat. Looking for chat that doesn't... Yeah, looking for a chat that doesn't exist. Sure, in the corner. I'm watching the chat now on the YouTube page because it's not on my OBS. It should be on my OBS. What the heck? Dang it. Okay, well, that sucks. I might have to just keep this open. Yo, code. Let's see here. Let me mute that. Yo, code. Ico, Icon, nice, great show. OBS for chat for YouTube breaks. Yeah, it hasn't. It's been working this whole time, and suddenly it just like turned off. I don't know why. Chat. Turn back on. I don't want to open YouTube Live control panel either. Okay, I'm just gonna have to do it from here. So, oh well. Okay, well, let's continue on. Anyway, so yeah, again, advise a professional. If that's something you got to work with. I know that medication works for me. So yeah.
It's helping. It's like I can see color. I cried today for like 2 hours, and now I'm telling you about it.
So this was super important, right? I cried today for like 2 hours. Like, I remember when I first took medication when I was 27, and I was like, 2 weeks later, I was like, oh my gosh. Like, oh my gosh. It changed my life. I could think, and I could cry in a very healthy way for the first time ever. Like, it was crazy.
It was the best cry I've ever had. I want to cry like that when I cry. School is meh, always, but I have a couple friends, Callan and Amber. We pretty much just talk shit and laugh. It's good. I'm okay-ish. Max, March 15th.
So yeah.
I slipped up again.
Okay, so let's talk about that. Looking over the Good Strawberry 10 Commandment thing, I can see exactly how this would draw people like Maggie Ann. Yes. Okay, so let's get deep with that. Actually, we'll talk about that. Actually, no, because it's on the website. Okay, so yeah, the 10 tenets of Good Strawberry. I grew up a Mormon. I'm no longer Mormon. I left the church. I removed my records. I'm not Mormon anymore, but I grew up Mormon. And that is where a lot of my trauma comes from. A lot of my issues come from growing up in that church. Anyway, they have something called the 13 Articles of Faith, right? And they're 13 articles that were written to a reporter, a journalist, like, hey, what is your church about? And then they wrote these 13 things. It was like, hey, this is generally 13 things that we really believe in, right? And did you really? That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh my gosh. So yeah, but the way they're worded, now cults are like, again, words are everything. Words are everything, right? So with the 13 Articles of Faith, it's we believe, we believe, we believe, we believe, we believe. So religions and cults, in my opinion, tend to get you to condition yourself, right? So if I repeat often, we believe that one puts me in a group setting, a community, and I'm reaffirming to myself these beliefs, right? So with the 10 tenets of Good Strawberry, I really, really wanted to make it so that the people would condition themselves to believe in this cult. I claim my release. I do these things. I do these things. I do these things. So the 10 tenets of Good Strawberry are, I believe these things. I am this. I am that. So basically it's them conditioning themselves. They're talking themselves into the beliefs. Yep. Exactly.
2 steps forward, 1 step back is okay.
So again, Maggie slipped up again, foreshadowing her issue, what she does, right? How she copes, right? I slipped up again. It's okay. 2 steps forward, 1 step back. I'm trying to convince myself I'm okay. I'm not a failure. I still haven't slept.
The insomnia is making me loopy, but it's kind of fun when I start laughing and then can't stop. I had a video call with an ambassador of Good Strawberry.
So yeah, like the whole loopy part, like, I mean, it's true. Like when you're kind of manic and you're not sleeping and everything's just crazy, when you're manic and everything's just crazy. Yeah. She's loopy.
Told me about some of the programs the church has to offer, and I think this might be what I'm searching for. I won't have to run anymore.
Oh, I won't have to run anymore.
Now, I've noticed something, and I'm not sure what it means yet, but the journal entries seem to be written at different periods in time. Some entries are addressed to Jay, others are just dated, and Maggie's current journal just lists the amount of time she's been playing this current world.
Okay, there's a clue for you. How many times she's been playing this current world? Day 4. How long has Maggie been dead? Yeah. Well, I'm glad you're not manic. I'm glad you're not
Maggie
manic.
knows where she has to go.
Maggie knows where she has to go.
Okay, I don't know what day or time it is, but someone or something.
So now she's losing track of sensibility. The one thing that kept her grounded, her journal, day 4, day 5, day whatever. Now she doesn't know. Okay, I don't know what day or time it is. So she's losing track of what's going on.
Knows me.
Same,
Intimately.
ready.
They have my exact journals. How did they get those? Jay, I wish you could.
Hold on, checking my light out. Okay.
Help me now.
Jay, I wish you could help me now. But now, she's reverting back to her childhood. That one friend that could help her, that one thing that could help her. She hasn't talked to Jay in a long time. And I said, Jay, she's reverting back to that place inside of her, that little girl inside of her. Jay, I wish you could help me now.
Maggie makes her way downstairs. She goes over to the window to get a better look at the Colosseum, but then realizes that her chest is gone.
Also, the Colosseum was cut in half. She goes to get a better look at it. But
Over to the window to get a better look at the Colosseum,
but it's like cut in half. It's like blocked and obscured, so she can't get a better look at it.
but then realizes that her chest is gone.
She then looks outside and notices that she is completely surrounded by lava. How the house isn't burning down, I don't know.
Okay, well, how do I get there?
Maggie looks around, desperate for a way to get over there.
Hi, Mari. Thank you.
But the method slowly reveals itself to her.
Wait. No.
So sad. This is so sad. This hurt to film and write.
My home?
Oh, so sad. It's so
And now,
sad.
for some of you, this may have seemed obvious and even doable. But
Why didn't she use the oak log pillars as the provided? Oh, for the 4 planks. She had enough planks. She had enough. And then when she didn't, she could have. But like the oak logs, it got her there. It got her there. What we've learned about Maggie in her journals is she grew up in the foster care system. And when you've never had a place of permanence, a home to call your own, being forced to break your home up. Her name's Chelsea. She's the best actress I know. A deep, deep friend of mine. She's amazing. I love her so much. She's so good. She's so good. I know. Like she played the lead actress in my movie on Amazon. It's called Come Into Your Own. So if you want to watch my movie on Amazon called Come Into Your Own, I think it's like $2 to rent. But she plays the lead in that part and forced to. What's funny is the house didn't catch on fire. That's the stuff. Like that's what should throw people like, wait, why isn't it's in lava? Why isn't she on fire? Why isn't she on fire? You know, that's the crazy part. So yeah, keep running in a game designed around exploration. And I really wanted to hit that, right? So Maggie's running in a game designed around exploration. Minecraft is a peaceful, lovely, fun game where we can run and explore everything. So I wanted to twist that. I wanted to flip it on its head and like make running and exploration a bad thing. It's detrimental. Yeah, exactly. Because it's about thematics and not logic. Using the logs as logs is just another hit to her house being gone. Exactly.
Fine.
And now we're beginning to understand Maggie's resilient but survivalist playstyle, right? So earlier I say she does what it takes to survive because Maggie's a runaway. She's been homeless. She's lived in her car. She's had to scrap. She's had to fight and claw her way to survive. She puts herself in corners. Look, she puts herself in corners, right? She doesn't think logically. She lets her emotions get ahead of her, right? So she's like, fine, I'm going to break my house down. I'm going to break it down. So what's the first place she breaks? She breaks the corner she always hides in. That's the first block she breaks, is the corner she always hides in. She takes one last look at the mockery behind her and begins to break her daydream. And here is an homage. She's breaking the fourth wall, an homage to theater. In theater, when you break the fourth wall, you look at the audience directly. Shakespeare often uses it. This is how I'm breaking the fourth wall. So it's like a little play on a play for the theater, right? She's breaking the fourth wall. Breaking her daydream. Oh, so sad. This is such a hard part to watch.
No!
Adding a little tension. I really wanted to like hit this home, so I made you guys watch it. I sat on this for a long. I just wanted you guys to feel her breaking her house. I didn't speed through this.
I hope that's enough.
I love how this video foreshadows Good Strawberry so much. It's in the forefront of everyone's mind watching the video for the first time since it's shown. Yes, Jerry's home hits this home in more ways than one. Yeah, more than one sense. Right, correct. But yeah. I really wanted Good Strawberry to be haunting. It's like this thing that she knows about. The walls have been broken. I know, I love the music. This is all Epidemic Sound stuff.
My poor home.
My poor home. Oh. Just her and the tyrant. And it's not her home. It's not. It's a mockery of her home, right? And that's the thing with Maggie. Maggie can't even recognize. She can't even recognize that it's not even her real home. My poor home. But it's not even her home. It's a mockery of it. But she's so desperate for one that she'll take whatever's given to her, right? Even if it's a mockery. She'll just take it as hers. There's soul sand. I mean, look at the soul sand under it, right? It's literally mocking her, right? The tyrant in front of her.
Okay, here goes nothing.
Maggie places the first block. It doesn't burn.
She begins her dangerous journey
I
forward,
was so scared
bridging
recording
across
this.
lava with birch planks.
I was so scared.
She takes one last look at what's left of the home she's leaving behind.
She takes one last look of what's left of the home she's leaving behind. Foreshadow of her death, right? And obviously it looks like a stage now. It looks like a movie set. It's the fourth wall is broken. I didn't realize how sad Maggie's story is until now. Yeah, it's really sad. It's really sad. They're all tragic heroes.
And progresses forward.
So she takes one last look at the house she's leaving behind and progresses forward. Again, the reoccurring theme.
And on Half a Heart, anything that goes wrong means instant death.
Yes, exactly.
She runs out of her first set of blocks, but she's close.
How's she able to play Minecraft if she's already dead? I don't know if I can say that because that might be too spoilery. I will not say that because it's too spoilery. I can't say that.
She's almost there.
Also with this one, like, it's really important. It was really important for me to communicate as the narrator the way Maggie needed her story communicated. My favorite play of all time is a play called 6 Characters in Search of an Author. It's about 6 characters who are in search of people to play their story out because these characters depend on resolution and they do not get resolution unless their story is acted out completely, right? Now, Jerry's video was very logical, very matter of fact. I was very much communicated the way Jerry's story needed to be communicated, right? It was very much how, this happens and this happens and this happens. It was very logical ARG-ish. This one was more emotional. I like right here, this line, right? She's almost there, right? She's almost there. Like, I wanted to speak it in a way that was less solving it as an ARG and more, I'm in the emotion with her, right? House of Leaves ARG when? Trust me, it's on my mind. Minecraft is, you guys need to watch freaking Name a Text video. Name a Text, he has a whole video on the Elder Gods. He did a great series on it. It's so good. House of Leaves in Minecraft will go so hard.
She looks back again at the world she's leaving behind.
There, right there, that clue. She looks back again at the world she's left or she's leaving behind, right? Same thing with Jerry. That's a clue for you guys. She is dead. She's leaving behind the world. She's leaving it behind. She is, right? I said it in Jerry's. I said it here. There's a reason for that. Dude, right? Pool Tour, so good. So good.
She's done it.
Rust, oh my gosh, that character. But she's done it. And that line, she's done it. She's done it, right? So here, this is super important. Watch this, right?
At the world.
This is really important. Watch this.
She looks back again at the world she's leaving behind.
And then, right here, she crosses over the barrier. Watch. She crosses over it. She's done it. Right? That's symbolism. That's symbolism. She crosses over the barrier. She turns around and looks back behind her, and she's done it. The phrasing is a literal clue. That makes sense. I love that you make the story straightforward for the most part. We get the main story, and then the full story is a bit deeper without having to jump through the whole bunch of codes and craziness. Yeah. I think... Yeah. Have you seen the House of Leaves video by Segan Hawks? I think it's both great analysis and an adaptation of the story in a way. I probably have. I've watched a lot of videos on it. But see the old ones like the Funny Block game. I don't know what to tell you. I'm glad you like that. Like, there's not a lot of codes or craziness, but there's still enough in this video, in this story to like draw people to like solve stuff, right? It's still fun. Like, it's not a full-blown thing where you have to like solve crazy puzzles. But there will be enough for people to solve. She proceeds through the gate. Okay, what is that? She proceeds through the gate, right? So in some Christian religions, I wouldn't claim myself to be a Christian, but Christian religions, it's like the holy gate at the end, like the one that what St. Peter's guarding, whatever, the gate. You go through the gate, right? She proceeds through the gate. Again, guys, symbolism in everything I say. Listen to every word I say. But she's not going into heaven. Yeah, the pearly gates. She's not going into heaven. She's going into a battle arena. The Colosseum, right? Blood-stained battle arena. Encapsulated by netherrack. It is a claustrophobic site. So yeah, pearly gates go to heaven. Here, where is she? She's in the nether. Minecraft's version of hell. And she enters through the gates into a blood-stained battle arena. The sand is stained with blood from battles no one talks about anymore. That's one of my favorite lines. Battles no one talks about. Memories that people have forgotten. Battles no one talks about anymore. Just the forgotten dead. And the blood leading her to the house where the chest is. This build is so beautiful. Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. So, famous line from Julius Shakespeare. Also the first email that I got in Jerry's video. Friends, Roman countrymen, lend me your ears. Right? It's another throwback to Jerry's video. I got this build off of Build by Bit, I think. A chest.
Yes.
Maggie doesn't just run in. She's playing cautious. It seems that she's learned from her previous experiences, which is good. This was just an empty room. I fixed it up. Like, I made it look like it would be where the Roman gladiators would have waited before battle. She searches the barrels, but nothing in any of them. Chains and stuff. Yeah, a wash bin, some hay bales, just a crappy place that's blood dripping, right? That's all supposed to be blood. Turning the corner, all the lava is supposed to symbolize blood dripping. She sees 2 full sets of iron armor and weapons. And most importantly,
food!
Maggie takes the food from the chest and places it in her hotbar.
Of course.
This was important. Maggie eats the cooked mutton, or sheep, for those unfamiliar. So they are toying with her. So effed up. Yeah, she learned from her previous experiences. So in this new realm that Maggie's in, she's learning. She's learning some things. Which the gladiators were typically slaves, so that's another spot too. Yeah, oh yes. Yeah, the gladiators were slaves bought to fight. Yep, absolutely. As her health replenishes, she throws away her broken axe and gets a brand new shiny one. But she doesn't stop there. She takes all the weapons. And then sets herself up with armor because Maggie knows that when it rains, it pours. She looks at herself. She looks strong. I really wanted that line there. She looks at herself. She looks strong, right? She's gaining some confidence in herself, right? But then, in about 2 minutes, as we find out, she sees herself, and the self she sees is very weak.
Okay. Let's do this.
Love it. With more confidence, Maggie begins to explore an endless lake of lava. A house on a hill. Empty. Door after door after door. Door after door after door. A throwback to the maze when she's going through door after door after door. In this realm of death where she doesn't know where she's at, she's going through door after door after door. So I did a callback for that. Bleak. Yes, right? Lost that, the fact that she gets confidence after death. Yeah, super tragic. Daryl. So the complete opposite of the Nine Men's Morris maze. Right, the complete opposite. Bleak and sterile. She makes her way into and then out of the town square looking for... This is important. Ready? Listen to this line. She makes her way into and then out of the town square looking for clues that could be anywhere. And then out of the town square. Looking for clues that could be anywhere. Looking for... Right here, look. Look, right here. Looking for clues that could be anywhere. That was a clue for the viewers. That was a clue for you guys, right? Looking for clues that could be anywhere, and it's literally right next to her. Clues that could be anywhere. But she passes it. She doesn't see it. She's distracted. More barrels and chests. Hope. Or a daydream. Yes, there's a purpose to that answer. There's a purpose to that. Getting comprehension checked mid-video with that sweet berry bush is crazy, right? This is important coming up too. Who calls her in? The sheep, right? Who is the sheep? Maggie's the sheep. She's being led by herself now. Kind of funny having her walk on an environment made of wool. The throne room. This took a long time to build. So yeah, now she sees herself, she looks strong. Now she sees herself and she looks weak. And this is a super important moment for her. Just wanted silence. So this was done with the replay mod. Or not the replay, mocap, the mocap mod. And then this is a cool chair, this build, it's the Nautilus. So you can build a chair out of a Nautilus. So that's why she's able to sit. And Maggie this is a clue into how Maggie harms herself, right? This is a clue into how she self-harms.
No!
Now, if you notice, that was the first time Maggie's voice does not have a distorted effect. It was the first time you could hear her voice clearly. So with like poltergeists or ghosts or whatever, you know, like so many ghost hunters use like electronic EVPs or something like that to like try and get ghosts to speak with them. And sometimes they can bridge that gap. They can break through, right? This was a moment that Maggie, the ghost, is actually breaking through the barrier between life and death. And that's why you can actually hear her voice.
No!
She sees herself hurting herself in the way she used to hurt herself. And she's so scared by that she's able to bridge the gap between life and death, and her voice is heard. It only happens twice in the video. Portia. In Julius Caesar, Brutus's wife Portia famously confronts him, begging him to trust her with the troubles of his heart, going so far as to stabbing herself in the Why is it doing that? Thigh to prove to him that she can carry the weight of it. Portia and Julius's wife Calpurnia only wanted the best for their husbands, but were shunned and ignored by their husbands, two of the highest ranking officials in the greatest superpower of the world. Not her wrists, not her wrists. She's not looking down at her wrists. She's looking down at her thigh. Okay. And then again, here it is a callback to the women, like the two men of this play were urged by their wives. Calpurnia was like, Julius, don't go to the council today. Don't go to the council today. This is in real life and in the play. Don't go to the council. And then Julius is like, okay, I won't go. And then Brutus is like, bro, come to work. Let's go to work. And then that's when he's killed, right? So Calpurnia, Julius is like, ignores his wife's advice because he's a man. He's the Roman leader. Of course, he's not going to listen to his wife. And then Brutus, who's super high in command, also does not listen to his wife. So it's about these men who should have just listened to their wives. Gosh, they're so dumb. Women being ignored by the man, which leads to great, right? What did Shakespeare mean by this, right? Shakespeare was so ahead of his time. Gosh. The time. Rome. So what she's not looking at her wrist.
Just stands there in shock at what she's seeing.
She's looking at her thigh. Again, so Portia stabbed herself in the leg and her thigh. And Maggie is hurting herself on her thigh. Bro, come on, bro. Come to work. Promise I won't stab you. It'll be fine. I promise. Right.
Eventually, she's able to shake herself out of it. But just as she does, a piglin brute, one of the strongest mobs in the game, summons. And as she flees, more summon right behind her.
All command blocks.
She can't do anything but run.
She can't do anything but run. She's forced in a situation where she can only run. A really cool thing here.
And then it hits me. Brutes.
Brutus, right? Cool thing. There are 23 brutes. They're a piglin brute. There's 23 brutes, right? Julius Caesar was stabbed 23 times.
One hits Maggie, taking her down to 2.5 hearts with full iron armor.
I really wanted to show the strength of the brutes at that point. Yeah, there's so many details. I'm going to show you more right now.
The brutes are just outside.
And I promise you, every video I will ever make will be this. Naaman, what up, dude? What up? Dude, I've been telling people to go watch your videos, bro. Dude, Naaman is here. He's the best. Go subscribe to Naaman. He's so good. But yeah, the little details that go into this, right? Like every video I ever will make will have these little details. I think she's so good. Chelsea is so good in this part. What the heck? Oh. Naaman the goat.
She's completely stuck. Maggie turns and looks at the furnace.
Okay, so initially it was a chest, right? But my buddy Nick, who's brilliant, I love him. I watched every scene with him and he gave me a lot of notes. He was like, why don't you make it a furnace? And I was like, dude, duh, because it's coal, right? So duh. So I had to like rebuild this, refix it. But instead of having a chest with coal, he was like, make it a furnace with coal, because that's exactly how Portia died. She pulled hot coal embers out and ate it. So make it a furnace. Duh, Nick, you're a genius.
She also notices that there's 2 barrier blocks blocking the exit to the pale oak door just outside. She opens the furnace and sees 3 pieces of coal and a book and quill.
Nah, that was all Nick. That was all Nick, this detail.
Maggie opens the book. Prove yourself. Swallow fire.
Okay, so in the line, Portia talks about wanting to prove, like, I stab myself in the leg to prove to you I can help carry your burdens, right? Yeah, really good call. But so it's like, prove yourself. That Portia was like, oh, look at me. I've proven myself. I can love you. I even took this self-inflicted wound to show you I can carry your burdens. And then at the very end of the play, Brutus asks, how did she die? And the line is, she swallowed fire. So, yeah, swallow fire. That's it.
In the play, Brutus has delivered the
What the heck?
Unfortunate news of his wife's passing.
She actually did feel the pain of the coals. She did. She actually did.
When he asks what happened, he is told that Portia swallowed fire. In the play and in real life, Portia banned herself by eating coal embers from her fireplace.
So sad. So yeah, again, Portia had struggled deep. Like she had a lot of depression, a lot of mental issues in real life.
The coal? You can't eat coal?
You can't eat coal, so this is command blocks allowing her to be able to eat the coal, and then it has the wither effect, so it just looks epic. Oh, my bad. Such a sad part.
Okay.
Again, Maggie just like, okay, I'll just do what I have to.
Maggie writhes in pain.
Okay, so again, like I say, happens 3 times, I guess, not 2, but this is an answer to you, Loth, right? Like, she actually feels the pain. How? How do you know she feels the pain? Because she's screaming without her voice being distorted. It's getting through. It's cutting through that barrier of life and death. So she's in so much pain right now that even her as a ghost is breaking through the barrier. She's screaming, getting through to the real world. She's in that much pain.
But she survives.
And just freaking
Barely.
Chelsea's like, she survives barely, right? Like, I don't know, why is it not? Okay, it's just so. Listen to her voice. Listen to her voice.
But she survives. Barely.
Right, she survives barely. I know. And then she doesn't have any armor here, so it's cool. Command block, like she runs through. I really wanted to like have this moment where you could just see her vulnerable. Yeah, she's the best. Mad props to Chelsea. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dog.
God.
Get it done, Naaman. Get it done. Guys, subscribe to Naaman. His videos are so good.
No poppy, no mandragora, nor all the drowsy syrups of the world
This is a line from Othello.
shall ever medicine thee to that sweet sleep which thou owedst yesterday.
So that line is a line from Othello. Iago says it because he's been messing with Othello's mind. And he's like, yeah, nothing will put you. You have so much anxiety, Othello. You have so much. You're spinning so much in your head about this issue that nothing could put you to sleep. Nothing could put you to sleep. So that line is super important because Maggie's trying to find sleep, but she can't. She cannot. Nothing could help her sleep now, right? And then also it's from Othello, which is this next piece.
Maggie finds herself now surrounded by villagers in a magnificent building.
So I wanted with this part to like,
The wealth here is
I think we needed a visual break from really confined spaces. I wanted something more beautiful, more elegant, more colorful. We've been in the dark a lot. So now I wanted something in the daytime that was bright and lavish and big. And I knew that we could do that with Othello because Othello starts in Venice. And then Othello's play shrinks. So it starts in Venice, this big sprawling city, goes to Cyprus, a smaller area. It goes to a bedroom and then it goes to a pillow. So Othello's is all about shrinking, right? And so that's what happens here. But I wanted it to start in this big Venetian city, right? Where it's like sprawling and big and beautiful and a nice little break from the claustrophobia we've been feeling. This build is unreal. I bought it for $14. It's so amazing. It's huge. I didn't even get to show any of it. It's such a big build.
on full display. And from what I can tell, it's a bustling
See all the
metropolis.
lag. See all the lag with the villagers. These are all villagers I spawned.
Maggie just takes it all in for a second.
Nice, ready?
But then she quickly notices that her compass isn't working.
So yeah, now this is a mystery. The compass doesn't work, right? So it's throwing her out of whack now. Yeah, $14 for this build, like it's literally a steal. The reason this compass doesn't work is because it's a totally different world. So at the different world file, and so yeah, it doesn't work because the lodestone's not in this world. Yes, I have the most updated Mac too, but yeah, AP and I were figuring out easy NPC side by side. Yeah, dude, Naaman and I, like, we communicated often about, because he was building his second part to the Rust series as I was like building this. And so we were constantly talking about like the easy NPCs, trying to figure out how to make them work. These are not easy NPCs. These are all real villagers. Like I just spawned them with villager spawn eggs. But here you got to understand, this is a massive build, and I have villagers. I have like, I don't know, probably 1,000 villagers in this entire build. Dude, I have an M4 processing chip, okay? It's really good. But yeah, these are all real villagers. Because this build was so big, I didn't know where she was going to travel. And so I just spammed villagers everywhere. So that's why it's like so laggy.
The compass. It's not working.
Maggie makes her way out and down the stairs. She enters the massive atrium. It's overwhelming compared to where she's been.
Yeah, so get big, sprawling, completely opposite of where she's been. And I wanted that.
She walks out,
Yeah.
and sees before her
The music, just this epic sound.
a massive city.
Something very different than haunting.
So many. A city. I hate big cities.
So yeah, like that's the thing. I wanted her to, like, it's not scary because it's daylight, it's bright, it's big, it's beautiful, it's this beautiful build, this beautiful city, but she's an introvert. So this would be scary for her. And if you're an introvert, a city like this would be scary. I definitely want to build my own PC for sure. I had one before.
Now, this could be a number of Shakespeare plays. I wasn't sure until I saw what was through these doors.
Important.
The willow tree.
Yeah, so I built this willow tree, by the way. This was me.
Now, Maggie
I'm
doesn't
so proud
pay any
of it.
mind to it initially.
I don't know why, but I built Jerry's tree and I built this willow tree. I guess I'm good at building trees.
To her, it's just another part of the city. But to me, it says everything. The willow tree was a motif Shakespeare used often in his plays, but one of the most famous uses of the willow tree was in his play, Othello. Othello is a play about a Moor who's a general in the Venetian army
place.
that marries a Venetian senator's daughter and ultimately ends her life under the suspicion of infidelity. Before her murder, she sings the very famous Willow Tree song.
Super
You see, the
famous
willow
song.
tree was a thematic device Shakespeare often used to symbolize the women of his plays and their very traumas.
Again, going back to really emphasizing how important the women are in this story. The women are in this plays. Maggie's a woman. Shakespeare wrote the women so well because, like, again, he layered everything. And I wanted people to know that, like, these women had power and they were ignored.
And this could be another clue into Maggie's life. As she approaches the willow tree, careful to avoid any villagers, she sees something. A map.
Now, this is
Careful,
important.
but unsure.
I love this part.
She picks it up.
I built this map. So I was able to do some research and I was like, saw that people do pixel art with maps. And I was like, oh, that's cool. I can make a handkerchief. Right. And so in this build, this world, I had to, dude, it was so hard to figure out, but I built this whole thing, the little doilies on the side here, like that's like black concrete and then like a raised level of white concrete and then the strawberries. Like I built this handkerchief. I was so proud of it. Right. So beautiful. And in Othello, Iago, so Othello gives Desdemona a handkerchief and it's a prized possession. It was crafted for Othello's mother, and Othello's mother gave it to Othello. So it's a very important piece to Othello. He gifts his wife it, right? Now, it gets taken from Desdemona, and Iago uses it to frame Desdemona as a cheater. And not only that, but clearly it has strawberries on it for good strawberry. Like, so it's a double entendre for everything, right? A handkerchief spotted with strawberries. It foreshadows good strawberry. It also talks about the trap that Iago, the accusations, the false accusations he places on Desdemona as a cheater, which ultimately leads to her death. It's just so sad. Like, this handkerchief is everything. Thank you, Naaman. Thank you.
A handkerchief.
Yeah, thank you.
Spotted with strawberries. And this is when I knew something very bad was coming.
Yeah, it took time. But the thing is, it's like, and Naaman, you know this, right? Like, you put effort into the builds and it pays off. It pays off. We'll get to that later. Anstar, we'll get to that later. Bro, listen, Naaman, we both get this. Like, Naaman and I, we put our heart and soul into these videos. We put our heart and soul into these videos. Like, we would talk so often, like how tired we are. We'd be on Discord and we're like, dude, we're so tired. But for this kind of art, you have to. You have to, and it shows. It shows when you watch, like, go watch Rust's freaking videos on Naaman's channel. It's like, it's so deep. It's so deep, right? Like, you have to put your soul into the art. Honestly, I've always seen handkerchiefs as sort of metaphor for something pure, innocent. Yes, exactly. And beautiful being wrapped and weaponized for ill intent, maybe metaphor for rich one turning good. Yes, right. Good strawberries. Strawberries are sweet. Strawberries are lovely. It's a summertime fruit. Strawberries are a summertime fruit. And yet you see good strawberry in a winter dome in Alaska, right? I've never played Minecraft before, but I've been consuming Minecraft media for the past 5 years. I'd say I have money to buy it, but I'm just too lazy to get it. No, get it. It's so good. Can I join the server, please? I don't know how to do that. It was rough, but this is why we do it. Yes, this is why we do it, for beautiful, great art, and that you all can appreciate with us, Thank you. Don't use AI. Listen, I use AI as a tool when necessary. Like, for example, like I've already said in this live, if I can't find an image of a play that I can legally use without being copyright strike, I will develop an image of a play on AI. Like, that's what I did. Like, it was one image for the play because I can't use a real one. Maggie means so much to me. I've watched that video and I haven't been able to go even a day without thinking about her. That makes me so happy, Danny. That makes me so happy. Thank you. Now, this could mean a number of things. Perhaps something to do with good strawberry, but in Othello, this was the item that started all the trouble. Yep. So sad. Maggie, not knowing what lay before her, continues running. She pauses on the side for a second to collect herself. You can see her breathing here. I wanted to puppet her like she was breathing. And then maybe she knows something we don't. Okay, foreshadowing, right? Cope, Maggie, cope. It's nighttime now, and Maggie has no other choice but to move on in this giant and sprawling Venetian city. Oh, this music, just so thick. I wish I could have explored this more for the video, but it's literally so massive. Red, yeah, let me know what you can do. I'm gonna talk about the next video after this. She rightfully so seems mesmerized by the objective beauty of this Venice-inspired build. That was almost like she wants to get lost in it. I really wanted to shout out the builders for that. Like, this beautiful build, I really want to just give them props for it. They're so good. Yeah, no,
for the first
I do
time,
too, Danny.
She
I do
takes
too.
her time. It is the complete opposite of where she started, in the Midsummer Night's Forest. Yeah.
Wow.
But I'm glad, Dan. I'm glad you were able to resonate with it. Maybe she's falling under the allure of this big city. That would be cool.
Maybe she doesn't
figure out how to do that,
as
Red.
much as she thought.
Like, I don't know how to do any of that. I would need your help.
Maggie finds her way inside of this building, but quickly sees that it's very empty, but very full of disappointment.
I love that line. Such a good line.
Another useless bed.
Take the wool, Maggie. It ain't gonna be that easy. She can't just take it. They would never let her.
There's gonna be nothing here for me.
Also, I think it says something to the fact that Maggie just doesn't take what's given to her, right? Like the wool's right there. Why doesn't she take it? I think there's some power that Maggie wants in the confidence of building it herself, right? She doesn't want to just take wool and make it. It's free wool. No, I think there's something in the idea that she just wants to do it herself. The restless soul. Oh, this music. Oh, so good. Yep, that line. I love that line.
Well, this could take me forever to find anything useful.
This is an Epidemic Sound song. So good.
And Maggie
Wait, there's straw beds? What the heck? What do you mean? Straw beds? What the heck? I don't know this. To me, it read as distrust. Ooh, that's good. The mindset that nothing comes for free, so taking the wool would come back to bite her. Danny, you're a genius. The way the city utilizes slabs and stairs is insane. Dude, for real, bro. For real. Now, this Venetian waterway right here, that wasn't there. I built this there. I want to talk about this. Initially, I had Maggie starting in a different area, and she was gonna like take a gondola throughout the city and like take a boat throughout the city. But it's such a big city. It took me forever to build the waterways. It took me forever. So I said, forget about it. We're not doing that. She's just gonna find a Venetian waterway later, right? Yeah. The next update is going to include a non-reusable bed called straw beds that can be slept on but don't spawn. That's so cool. What? That's so cool. Yeah, 6 characters in search of an author. At the end, everyone is on stage, and the narrator, you, is acting them out. Loth. Maybe I'm the voice that are giving these characters the resolution they seek. Wait, is you being a beginner in Minecraft? Yes, it's true. No, that's true. That's true. I'm a total beginner. I started playing Minecraft. Okay, so let's see. So I saw Ish's video, Rich versus Poor Civilization, randomly on my feed when it had like 30 million views last year. And I was like, what's this? A 2-hour Minecraft movie? What the freaking heck? Right? I'm not unaware of Minecraft. Like, this is Java. I'm not unaware. Like, I know what Minecraft is, right? I just never like really played it. In 2016, my buddy said I should play Minecraft. I was like, I don't want to play a kid's game. But he said, trust me, do it. I was looking for like I needed like a creative outlet. And he told me, just go build Minecraft. I was like, oh, whatever. So I got it on my phone and I played on like the Pocket Edition in creative mode. I think it was like 1.12 or something like that. I don't know. But I played it for like 3 hours on my phone. I was like, this is stupid. Like, don't start playing Minecraft on your phone. Like, it just sucks. So I just didn't play it. And then like I tried playing it on my Mac like the next day. I was like, let me try play it on my Mac. That also sucks because Macs are not gaming computers. So it was just awful. And then I burnt down my house that I built in creative mode. So I'm never playing this game again. So then after I saw Ish's video, I was like, dude, I can make a movie in Minecraft. So I started the Forever World because I didn't know how to play the game. So I needed to learn how to play the game, but I knew I could make movies. So like maybe I can make a Let's Play like a movie. So I made it super cinematic. So yeah, it's true. I am a noob when it comes to Minecraft. And you can see in how I play this, right? Like how I puppet Maggie. Dude, I suck, dude. Like I don't know things. Right? Yeah, so like I am a noob. That's true. Is this job? Yeah, Ish was a go. Yeah, I can't wait to see his new one. Rich for Poor is such a trip. I love big videos like that and these ARGs as such. So many ways to enjoy experience, do cool stuff. I just think Minecraft is amazing. It's like I've been making movies my whole life, and now I can finally do it in a way. I can just completely make a movie, and people love it. Like you guys love it. It's just great. Is there a skin for Maggie? I've been wanting to commission someone to make fan art for her. I have the skin for her. I had, there's a link in the description for where you can, I think, get it. This is a new point to see my text flaming. This guy let's say disappointing to see name and text flaming this guy who see AI as a tool. It's not a tool. It steals water. In my last live that I did where I talked about Jerry's video, I talk about my deep conflicting feelings about AI and okay, I'm just gonna say this real fast. Yes, the water is the issue. Yes, it is a huge issue. However, the issue before the water is the mining. Okay? It's the mining. Minecraft is literally like so poetic, right? In Minecraft, we mine resources and then we build beautiful things in this game, right? In real life, we are mining resources so fast. It takes billions and billions and billions of years to compress these rocks and these minerals, and we're mining them up super fast to make computer chips. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. I'm conflicted. Okay, but yeah, I don't abuse AI. I don't abuse it. I sometimes I need help. Upon a Venetian waterway with gondolas. It's like she's playing tourist, traveling and seeing a world she never got to. That was a key line. It's like she's playing tourist, traveling and seeing a world she never got to. Past tense. Listen to the words I say. Again, the shape. She's calling herself. Oh no. We will do a BTS too. Maggie enters another theater. What looks to be an amphitheater. With the customary ghost light. Yep, the ghost light, the soul lantern, the ghost light. Suddenly, all the villagers turn. So I'm gonna, in the BTS, there's a huge command block build that I did under this stage that allows for every one of these sequences to happen. And all the villagers turning and looking at her. I didn't know about Easy NPC before this moment. So these are all villagers and I had to command them to look. And it's so scary. And this whole moment, I want to talk about this moment after this scene because it's so, so deep. And stare directly at her. Maggie goes to leave, but barrier blocks block this way out too. So painful. Just like the Julius Caesar puzzle.
No.
She turns and sees a book on a lectern. So that pops up with commands. She's frozen. She inches her way forward on full display for all to see. So this is synonymous to, there's a lot that goes into this scene, right? One, she's on a stage and she's being forced to perform, to dance, to portray herself in the most vulnerable state. Now, I've been acting my whole life. I was on theater. I was on the stage my whole life. And I took parts on that were very vulnerable and forced me to live these parts for these people that were just enjoying this play, right? And here's Maggie playing herself, having to expose the most vulnerable parts of herself in front of an amphitheater full of strangers. Also, in some group homes, when you're going to group therapy, oftentimes hi, my name is Maggie, like an AA, right? Hi, I'm Andrew, and I'm an alcoholic. And then you go on and talk about your things. That's also what this is. Maggie in her life had to, was forced into like group therapies where they had to talk about their problems in front of strangers, in front of people you don't trust. And so this was really hard scene to make because she's forced to say these things to strangers, people she doesn't trust, right? It's so hard. Yeah, exactly. But there's only one thing to do. Read the book. It reads, "She that stirs next to carve her own rage, holds her soul light, she dies upon her motion." Okay, so this is super big. This is a line from Othello. It's spoken by two, like her platoon. Othello says the first part of it to his group. So there's a big brawl in the beginning of the play, and Othello walks out and is like, "Stop fighting. He that stirs next to carve for her own rage," meaning whoever listens to the anger inside of them and moves a muscle will die, right? They hold their soul light, meaning you don't care about your life. If you move a muscle while I'm talking, you don't care about your life, and I'm gonna wipe you out. That's basically what Othello's saying. But the way I interpret it for Maggie is you can hear the whispers over the important words. Listen. It reads, "She that stirs next to carve her own rage, holds her soul light, she dies upon her motion." So there's a whisper over every important word. She that stirs next to carve her own rage. Carve her own rage. We know how Maggie hurts herself. In Julius Caesar, we see her looking at her thigh with a sword. She that stirs next to carve her own rage holds her soul light. She doesn't care about her soul. She does. But in those moments, you just hate yourself sometimes, right? And that's the point. Maggie's conflicted with self-loathing, right? But also it's the clue. Hold your soul lantern. She dies upon her motion, right? So often people will, to ban themselves, sometimes they do things, they carve their own, rage, and then they die upon the motion. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know how to say this without getting demonetized. But there's poetry in it all, guys. There's poetry in it all. Yeah. Her own rage holds her soul light. She dies upon her motion. Therefore confess thee freely of thy sin. Yeah. And again, because this is Maggie, this is like a memory. Okay, so how do I say this? How do I say this? That's too spoilery. I won't say it. But basically, like, Maggie's ashamed. Maggie has some deep, deep, deep shame. We find out later, she says it, I'm deeply ashamed about this. So when I was a kid and I would like punish myself for a lot of my guilt that I had, I just felt, I felt deep shame, and I would like hurt myself as a kid. And I would consider the things I did as a sin. But, it's not. It was never a sin. Like, meaning, like, hurting myself. Like, hurting myself was a sin. And I felt so guilty for it. It's not. And this is why I wanted to stress this so importantly after this moment. It's like, if you're struggling, seek help. Find someone to talk to. So important. Find someone to talk to, right? So I wanted to really emphasize that here. And a blank page. These are two separate lines spoken by Othello to his platoon and his wife. Maggie looks at the audience, looking at her. Love that line. She is on full display. So brutal. Again, Maggie tries to run. She even tries to mine through the amphitheater's wall, but it's fortified with bedrock. No getting out. She must confess. And then in front of an audience, no less. She backs herself into a corner here again. She always does this. She's always backing herself into a corner. Right here, see? I don't blame her for hiding.
And Maggie then stirs up the courage or stubbornness to face the crowd head on.
Fine.
Fine, I'll do it, whatever. I wanted that to be a character moment for Maggie. I wanted you guys to really understand her character. Like, she's like, fine. And she's always defensive. She's always on the back foot. She's always like, she swings first so that she can not get swung at first, right?
Sometimes when I'm hungry, I go to churches and steal from collection plates.
That's a true confession. That is a true confession, but it's not the confession. And I wanted to show that, Maggie, sometimes when I'm hungry, like she's desperate, she does things.
Big deal.
Okay, well, with her confession out of the way, Maggie leaves, but the barrier blocks are still there. So maybe it wasn't good enough. So yeah, Maggie, yeah. And the music ends. Gosh, so sad. What could Maggie possibly have to confess? This is such a sad part. She rereads the passage. Just quiet. No music. She takes the book. Yeah, totally. This song. Exactly, Pool. Chelsea did so good in this scene.
God.
She's been here before. She's done this. She stood in front of a crowd and she doesn't want to do it again.
Hi. I'm Maggie.
So again, kind of the confession.
And
the reason Maggie phrases it this way is because she knows how, not just what she has to confess, but she knows how she has to confess it because she's done it before. I'm assuming she never directly wrote about this in her journal before. I'm assuming Jay knows everything. Gosh, every time.
sometimes
Music.
Sometimes I hurt myself.
We just sit on it. We just sit on it. And she signs it. Confession. So, one little cool note. Struggling, please clear. The mags with bags right here. This is photoshopped. This is an effect that doesn't really. My name's under there because it's my account, right? So it's AP Ultra, but I had to put this on with Photoshop. Anyway, this scene always hurts. And the third time, and the fourth time, and the fifth time. Having to confess over and over and over and over the same thing over and over, it's so it just breaks you down every time. Growing up as a Mormon, I'd go to our bishop and confess my sins weekly, the same sins I was struggling with as a kid, weekly, all the time, right? And it just breaks you down every time. It just breaks you down more because it's like you're not getting better, you're not getting better, you're not getting better, you're not getting better, right? This is the breaking point for Maggie, right? Now, I want to be absolutely clear. Your mental health is important. And if you find yourself struggling, please reach out to someone who can help. Reach out. Please. What? As Maggie places the book down on the podium, a dark cloud. So then I wanted people to right here be sad and feel in their feels, and then just punch them in the face with this big loud noise. Someone's near one of the theater's entryways. Maggie is caught up in this torrent of sound and distraction. That's correct. That's a thing.
What?
Honestly, the revelation about her really recontextualize every time she tells herself to cope. Yes, exactly. And when you think about all the time she says it, yes, exactly. Eye bags, yes, Maggie she has bags because she's running all the time. She always runs. She's on the run, but she does have insomnia. So yeah. Dude, and the bishop just tells you to go to God, and you're like, I've been trying. What do you mean? Exactly, Loth. Did Maggie miss something in the book? She opens it to look for a clue. I mean, there has to be something.
I confessed! I confessed, okay?
She goes back to the book. There has to be something. She pores over every page, but with the noise as a distraction, it's hard to see anything clearly.
Wait!
Did Maggie find something?
Holds her soul light.
Of course! Why didn't I see it? Soul light. Maggie looks up to the soul lantern. Maggie takes out her pickaxe and mines the soul lantern. But nothing happens. The sound is still oppressing her. But just then... So this moment also with Jerry's, right? So in Jerry's video, he jumps onto the Macbeth parkour map, and then he realizes the sound is just a distraction, right? So with Jerry, he's got a lot of stuff going on in his head. It's all noise. It's all distraction. Just ignore the sound. Ignore the sound. So that's what I wanted to recognize here is like this black torrent of sound, this oppressing sound, the thoughts in your head that never stop and never turn off. And they're just distracting you from finding the simple answer, turning on the light. And when she holds the soul light, when she holds the embodiment of her soul in her hand, the sound turns off. As Maggie puts the soul lantern in her hand, the dark cloud and holds noise her soul light go away. I use Gemini a lot to help me with the command blocks. And it's a huge, I'll show you.
Maggie goes
BTS,
to leave, but the barrier blocks are still there.
So this was really important, putting barrier blocks there because she thought, okay, I solved the problem. The barrier blocks will go away like the last video, right? Again, setting up expectations for the audience, right? Okay, well, once she figures this out, the barrier blocks will go away and she'll get out, right? But then you set up expectations and then you smash the expectations. So no, the barrier blocks are not how she exits.
Wait, a staircase. Where it wasn't before leads up and out.
Stairway, like Stairway to Heaven, kind of.
Again, Maggie looks at everyone looking at her.
Could you imagine this after confessing to everybody and then having to face them up close and walk while they just look at you and they follow her, just facing. She just looks down. She can't. She just looks down. They all just stare at her.
She leaves through the crowd of judgmental eyes with her head down.
Interesting, Ming. Interesting. Okay. Good note.
And I wish I could tell her it's okay.
I said that line for Jerry as well. I didn't have Chelsea say this line, I'm humiliated, because I thought it was more powerful just to have it said within Maggie's self. Same lantern that is placed at the opening of the tunnel, leaving her soul behind to light the way for Jerry and probably others. I feel like we're definitely going to revisit Good later. What's the meaning of all the bells in the section? Part of the lore, just decoration? No. So to get the villagers, because they're real villagers, to get the villagers to kind of congregate in one spot, I needed bells because that's where they like gather. So there's lots of bells everywhere so that the villagers will like be in somewhat of an organized position. Thank you. Love from India. Thank you. Yeah, so she doesn't say this line. It's just felt.
And Maggie
I'm
takes
humiliated.
out her book and quill.
It's just felt. And then she just reaffirms her hatred for herself by writing this.
And begins to write.
And it's, again, within herself. A command block to start it raining here.
and then once again backing herself into a corner. Maggie retreats into a corner. This music.
Okay.
There, you won't get any virus, I promise. I promise you won't. Do it, it's fun. It's fun. It's a little Easter egg. So then, of course, Maggie then goes through this humiliating moment, and then she's like, okay, let's just get through this, right? So, resolve. I don't know how, but Maggie finds the resolve to keep exploring.
She needs a
to
warm
find
blanket and a
her
cup of
way
cocoa.
home.
Yeah. I love that line, trying to find her way home. There it is.
And in the dark outskirts of this massive Venetian city.
Okay, so again, like I said earlier, this giant Othello starts in a giant Venetian, sprawling Venetian city. It moves to Cyprus, which is a smaller area. It moves to a bunker. It moves to a bedroom. It moves to a pillow. So it's all shrinking. So now this is us shrinking into that.
Is Maggie's home.
Yeah, I agree. I agree, Answer. I agree.
Maggie runs.
This was fun to do. This little moment.
And now for some reason, Maggie turns back. But just as she does, she sees herself standing there with a wool block in hand. The one item she's been searching for this whole time. It seems she's being pushed toward the house.
I love this
Maggie
sequence.
fights going, but it pushes back
So good.
harder.
It pushes back harder. It falls into the water. Can't get out.
And Maggie emerges from the water, finding that she is gone.
Maggie emerges from the water, finding that she is gone. Music, pale
And
oak
with a
boat.
pale oak boat pointing directly across shore, she can only keep moving forward.
She can only keep moving forward. She can only keep moving forward. The music, right, goes down with her.
Maggie makes her way across the water.
Really, Locke? That's interesting. You gotta dig into the poetry, Locke. You gotta dig into the
house
poetry.
looks-
I'll tell you this. Every single video I have will be this dense, will be this packed, will be this poetic. It will be abstract. It will be artistic. You have to dig. I make this kind of art so that you can. It's supposed to be a community thing. I want you to dig. I want you to dig and research and find these moments, you know? All the wording of moving forward, but her soul never moving on.
Imposing and cold.
Her house does feel cold in this moment. Look at that.
Maggie
It's just
approaches
scary
the
looking.
house very cautiously. And then we see the pale oak door, the exit. Maggie hesitates. She clearly doesn't trust this. But Maggie opens the door. She walks through, but nothing happens. She wasn't teleported back to the Pale Garden.
What?
So again, setting up an expectation as a writer, setting up an expectation and then crushing the expectation, right? It keeps the audience on their toes.
Maggie looks around trying to see if anything stands out, but everything looks normal. So she heads upstairs, and she sees another journal.
The best way to understand Shakespeare is to play
Maggie
Shakespeare.
takes the journal and begins to read it.
Dear Jay, got kicked out of my apartment because I got fired because I have a big mouth.
So again, we're progressing through Maggie's life now, right? So she starts as a little girl, she goes kind of into a teenager, and she kind of becomes an adult, right?
because I care about sustainability. So now I'm living in my car. Van life, baby. I think I'll go to Colorado tomorrow because
So her just justifying her like shame, like, oh, I'm homeless, I'm living in a car. Actually, no, I'm van lifing it, right? It's like she has to make herself feel good about it somehow.
Actually, I'll go to LA and go to the beach. I've always wanted to go to the beach. Yeah, I'll camp on the beach, I'll make friends and bum it with them.
I don't know, is that not how you put a door like on a house? I don't know. I put it there. I don't know. Is that not the way you put a door on a house?
I'm not running anymore. I'm traveling. Maggie. Dear Jay, been off my meds for a month
This is hard.
no insurance, cause no job, cause I care about sustainability.
So when she's been on meds as long as her, and then to have to go cold turkey, brutal.
It's really not as bad as I thought. I actually feel more normal.
And like that's her justifying it. Like, well, I don't need medication. I actually feel better. I feel way more normal now. When really, she's gonna be in a world of hurt.
Actually pretty great. Maggie. Dear Jay, all the therapy and all the coping skills, and I still cope the way that I know how, the way that feels best.
Feels best.
It's not the best. I'm actually extremely ashamed. Yeah. I'm pretty upset with myself.
This part.
BRB. Gonna go cope.
So bad. That part's so sad because think about this. She's living in her car and now she's coping the way she copes in her car. You know, like she's in public. People, you know, that's like humiliating. She knows, and this is the thing, she knows that the way she copes is so bad and she feels so guilty about it. And then she goes and punishes herself with the way she copes for feeling bad about coping. Like, I've been there.
12th. I'm on my way to Good Strawberry. I can only pay half of the deposit, but they said I can work off the other half. The church offers so many resources, but what's cool is they are based
Danny,
in Alaska.
That's correct. That's correct. Being fired, manic. Yeah, totally manic. Like she's got a big mouth on her. I'm gonna fight my boss for sustainability, and then I get fired. Right?
I'll be working at their indoor farm, amongst other things. They help people like me find peace through hard work.
So this is really important. They help people like me, right? This is how I think. How do I say this without insulting anybody? She is now looking to external sources. So they help people like me. I'm a failure. I'm a bad person. I'm a failure. They help people like me. I can't help myself. If I can't help myself, this external source will help me. So she's looking at herself like a failure here, right? They help people like me. Robin, I'm happy. So much farming, so much farming, so much farming.
In dedicated observance to the inverse. I mean, they say even if you aren't religious, it's helpful to have hope in something greater than yourself.
See, that's another thing. It's helpful to have a hope in something greater than yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, homies, let me tell you, you are great enough as you are. You are great enough as you are. You are great enough as you are. You don't need to have hope in something greater than yourself. You are great as you are. Ugh.
And there is so much greater than me.
That's not true, Maggie.
I spoke to the leader. Rich One is his name. He seems sweet.
See, that's it. Like, there's so much greater than me. Come on.
I think I've finally found my community. My home. Maggie.
It seems that whoever or whatever is doing this is trying to target Maggie's deepest and most personal insecurities. And it's working.
Maggie, oh, Maggie. She backs herself into a corner. She's always backing herself into a corner. Running, but no escape. Yep. She's
Maggie stays in this corner for a long while, but eventually she gets up and looks at the Venetian city before her.
I love this part.
And just stands in the rain.
So sad. This line, and then thunder. Watch. So cool.
At least it's a nice view.
How epic is that? At least it's a nice view, and it thunders. I did not program that. That happened by itself. That I typed that, and then it thundered. I was like, perfect. We often back ourselves
As
into
Maggie
our own
watches the rain
man-made
fall from her
corners.
window, suddenly she hears this.
Again,
The pale oak door downstairs
triggers.
opens.
That was not a sound effect. That was
Someone's in her
actually happening.
house. It's her.
So here, Maggie's looking at the journal. She sees the journal's gone, and then she goes to the light. Yeah, but she did in the rain. Put out the light. And then put out the light. So that's one of the most famous lines in Othello. Put out the light. So Othello's convincing himself to kill Desdemona as an act of mercy. He's going to put out the light in her room, and then he's going to put out the light. Again, same with freaking Jerry's video, putting out all the candles. Put out the light and put out the light. And here Maggie with the wool. So how many wool blocks does it take to make a bed? How many wool blocks? How many wool blocks, right? Hey, P, still can't see the video on your channel. How? It's live. We're watching it now. 3 blocks to make a wool bed, right? This is the third Maggie she's seen with the third wool block. And it's the third wool block that smothers her. So the thing she's been looking for, wishing to build, is the thing that breaks her right now. 3 wool blocks, and on the third one, it smothers her. You just joined, sorry. Which video can't you see?
Suddenly, Maggie begins to suffocate. You can see the piston pushing the fake.
Okay, this part right here, this is so cool. Yeah. So with this happening, this is all command blocks pushing the fake bed, the red and white false bed that we've seen throughout it, right? So it's the same thing, false bed. She's being suffocated by herself, right? But the problem was when I went to like the third party mode or third player mode where like you could see yourself, you can't see yourself in the block. So I had to go to the replay, or not replay, I use flashback. I had to go to flashback and create quick cuts like this so you could actually see the bed. So anytime you see the bed in this sequence, it's from the flashback mod. It's not from her perspective.
Suddenly, Maggie begins to suffocate. You can see the piston
So yeah,
pushing
that's
the
all
fake
flashback.
bed down on her head. When Othello murdered Desdemona, he did so by smothering her with a pillow. She tries to break the block, but it's no use. Quicker and quicker her hearts deplete. Until she's teleported back into the Midsummer's Maze. She takes a moment to compose herself.
Yeah.
And then she says this.
I don't think I can go on.
That line, I don't think I can go on. It's showing as unavailable on the playlist and doesn't show up on your channel. That's what? Is anyone else seeing that from like Phoenix the Moth? He's saying that if you go to the channel, it doesn't show the video. Can anyone else see that? Something to be said for how Maggie goes into the Midsummer Maze after dying in game. Of Eurydice. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. Martha, I'm coming home, sweetie. I'm back in the building. Did she feel like she was suffocating too? Okay, so you can see the video. Cool. Maybe your account doesn't allow certain videos. I mean, it's showing just here fine. I'm on the mobile app though. No, I can see fine. Okay, cool. I'm going to use the restroom really quick. I know we've been on for a long time. Anyone else who needs to go to the restroom, go really quick. I'm coming back in a few seconds. But I need to use the restroom, and then we'll continue onward, okay? Now I can listen while finishing work. Perfect. Okay, perfect. All right, I'll be back.
All right, homies, we back. We got Nelson. Say hi, homie. All right. Everyone, hit a heart in the comments for Nelson. Where is he? Hi, homie. I swear, if he poops, I'll be so mad. Poops on my chair all the time. We got a bird. We got a green chicken. Hi, buddy. All right, we back. Yeah, throw a heart in chat for Nelson. He's funny. Bird. All right. Shall we continue, guys? Got popcorn. All right. So we got this line. I don't think I can go on. Oh, good. I'm glad you found it. I don't think I can go on. Foreshadow. She looks around and then quickly spots a fourth tree that she hadn't seen before. But she takes another second before making any major decisions. She tentatively approaches the new tree. And then it's revealed where this tree goes. And she knows good strawberry. She's been there. No, she knows. Now, Maggie takes a long while deciding what she wants to do. And from every clue we've gathered, we've learned that Maggie has been running her whole life. So to run back to the one place that scares her most? I know Haiti Town very well. I really wanted to sit in this moment, like really show her tentative nature. And I suggest you brace yourself for what you're about to see.
Okay.
Okay. I did it because it looks like a strawberry. And love. In a death cult. You know? It's a false sense of security. She goes. And she enters this. See, here's the thing. What's interesting is when Jerry entered the water, he watched the video. He startles for a second, not sure. When Maggie enters the water, she instantly starts swimming up. She knows how to enter good strawberry. Right? Jerry didn't. She does. Proverbs Mags. As Maggie swims upward, we see a boat at the surface. I have so much to say about this level. As Maggie takes in her surroundings, we notice that there are many boats with many villagers in the water. Mm-hmm. And she swims to the one in front of her. Randall!
Maggie? What are you doing? Get in the boat!
Yeah. In the Discord, we have a voice acting channel. So you can put your voice acting stuff in the voice acting channel, and I listen to all of them. Yeah. No, I did not film this scene before Jerry's video. I added all this stuff after. The real good strawberry is in Whittier, Alaska. It's Randall from Maggie's journal in Bland Jerry's video. But how is this possible? So this is cool. There's a command in Minecraft called the tell raw command, and this is how I got this. This is an easy NPC. Oh no, this is an easy NPC, or this is a regular villager, I think. But with the tell raw command, I have to hit a specific coordinate. So there's an invisible block, the block of air right in front of Randall. Maggie hits that, and then it triggers the tell raw command, which allows Randall to speak. So it's not a server. This is a multiplayer world. And same with the conversation they have later. It's the tell raw command. So I type in with command blocks. Each command block has its own tell raw line that each one of them says, and then it's on a timer.
Maggie? What are you doing? Get in the boat.
It's Randall from Maggie's journal in Bland Jerry's video. But how is this possible? So as she moves the boat, you'll see the lines hit up. I hit specific coordinates to trigger the lines.
Maggie knows exactly what she's looking at.
Okay, so Whittier, Alaska, which is where Good Strawberry is located, not in real life, but in real life. There's two, Whittier, Alaska, you can see on the webpage, on the website of Good Strawberry. Yeah, it's a ton of mechanics. It takes forever, yeah. There are two main buildings. Whittier, Alaska was a military outpost during the Cold War. In Whittier, Alaska, to get into Whittier, Alaska, it's a town of 250 people, and there is one way in. It is a tunnel through a mountain, and it closes at night. You can drive in a 2-mile tunnel into Whittier, Alaska, and there's two main buildings, military outposts, two main buildings. The tower that everyone lives in, and then the Buckner building, which is totally abandoned, right? And that's what these two watchtowers symbolize. That's what they symbolize. That's the two buildings, except for the chapel. The chapel, so the lore of Good Strawberry is Richwan bought the Buckner building, which is just a broken down, diseased building, and decided to turn it into the farm, which is the chapel represented here.
Oh my God.
Maggie looks around at everything
It's crazy,
in
right?
complete disbelief. But there's no going back.
There's no going
Oh,
back.
come on, let's get back to shore. You're gonna freeze.
Again, that's a tell raw command.
Maggie and Randall make their way back to shore.
And it's all the same music from the first Jerry's video. Good
Hurry, I'll
Strawberry's
see you
theme
later.
music. Beautiful music.
Maggie runs over to the sign in the distance. Maggie has officially arrived to the village of Good Strawberry.
The same way I say it in Jerry's video.
Oh my God.
But wait, Maggie notices something. The compass. It's pointing towards the watchtower, the same watchtower that Jerry found.
No, he bought it when he bought it. I think the lores he bought it during the pandemic.
The lodestone in. Maggie quickly makes her way over to it.
This part, again, the payoff. Finally, the payoff for the compass. The banners. And now it's full of life. Here it is. This part.
The compass points directly at it.
In Jerry's video, he says someone didn't want to get lost.
And then Maggie says this.
This is a payoff from Jerry's video.
Home.
It seems that Maggie has found her way home.
So sad. Found her way home. Her final resting place. So sad.
It can't be.
Cluing the viewers in that she knows this place. Yep.
Maggie makes her way over the crest of the hill and looks down into a very different Good Strawberry than what Jerry saw. It's full of villagers.
Just wait till the final
Everyone's
video.
here.
What does she mean, everyone's here?
Everyone she knew from the cult.
That means somewhere. He's here.
He's here. And I can only assume she's talking about Rich One, the leader of Good Strawberry.
So this is the music now. When Jerry explores the church, the chapel for the first time, this is the music.
Maggie spots a name tag.
When he reads Rich One's journal. So the music plays for Rich One. This is Rich One's theme.
From this distance, it's hard to make out, even for Maggie.
I can't make it out.
As she
Double
gets
entendre.
closer, the name reveals who it is.
She did not have any other relationship with the Rich One. There was nothing sexual about their relationship. Just want to make that very clear. Well, so there's a couple ways. Depending on how bad the city, because I think they own the Buckner building, depending on how bad the city wants, if someone comes by and says, hey, I have a lot of money, here's proof, I can take this building off your hands for cheap, and I'm going to repair it. You might be able to get away with it. She actually does, in fact, ban herself.
Rich One. Maggie begins creeping around the house. She wants a better look.
And watch him just staring at his bush. At the sweetberry bush. He's staring
Rich One
at it.
sits at his desk, looking at his sweet berry bush.
Oh, man.
Oh my god.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Paul.
Maggie then takes cover behind a small ice hill as she continues to spy on Rich One.
That's right. The time is, remember, Robin, time does not work the same way in this world as it does others. That's a line in Jerry's, that's a line in this one. That's a good question. Answer R. That's a good question.
But just then,
And I think it's still there because whoever's doing this wanted to lead Jerry astray. I think some are not as the to be or not to be.
and something catches her eye.
Maggie with a
Maggie
name tag.
runs. She sees herself again, but
And
this
then
time
same music as when Jerry first sees his doppelganger.
something's different. This Maggie has a name tag. Every Maggie we've seen up to this point hasn't.
Maggie keeps running, keeping a close eye on where her doppelganger is.
When she gets to the top, she sees herself and Randall. It seems they're having a conversation.
This is again the Tell Rock command.
Dude, you're acting so weird. Are you nervous about tomorrow or something?
I was feeling guilty yesterday, but I'm ready now.
What were you doing swimming in the lake? Are you nuts?
What? What are you talking about?
Literally 10 minutes ago.
I've been observing and journaling.
So she's using a lot of language that the cult uses, like observing, and all that language is in the website.
I just rode you back from the middle of the lake.
I've been in my room.
A game theory.
No way. Maybe I'm nervous about tomorrow then.
I claim my release.
So, this line is important. I could have used the phrase, the very famous line, happiness is more for now than then, right? But I wanted
I wanted to use I claim my release because I wanted people to find that in the website, right? So that's one of the 10 tenets.
Say it.
Did Randall actually have this conversation with Mags originally, or did it become different with current Mag's interference? This is the conversation she remembers having.
I claim my release.
Night. See you tomorrow.
As the doppelganger leaves Randall's house, Maggie hides.
Exactly, Danny, exactly.
She watches her go, and then the doppelganger stops and looks over to the chapel. Maggie races off, careful not to lose her.
She looks at the chapel. That's so hard.
She goes back into her house, turns off the light, and goes to bed.
So many cool commands. You can do so much cool stuff with command blocks.
Maggie looks at the chapel, and then back. Quietly, she sneaks up to the window and sees herself sleeping. It's strange and eerie.
What do I do? Okay. Okay, I can change this. I can change what happened. What I did.
What I did.
What she did? What did she do?
How?
She just sits and thinks for a moment. But then she has an idea.
I know.
She moves back to the window, and then
My journal.
So again, as a writer, we have set up this item that Maggie utilizes throughout the video, and then it's the item she thinks can fix everything.
Okay, I need to sneak in, grab my journal, and change the outcome.
Change the outcome. Going
carefully,
backwards,
Maggie
going
approaches the
forward.
front door. She looks towards Rich One's house, and the coast is clear. It's now or never.
I don't believe she read the journal when she woke up.
Okay.
Again, yep, you're right. In a
Careful.
corner.
She opens the door.
And of course, this
sees
is
Mags with bags.
And of course, this is the same music that played when Jerry read her journal.
She sneaks in, quietly, carefully. She just looks at her like she's at a wake.
That line, I saw myself and then I got happy. That's the line in that song. Listen.
She just
Listen.
looks at her like she's at a wake.
She looks like she's in a coffin, right? There's a visual clue.
She takes her journal.
Yes, I will.
And quietly leaves
Post it in the Discord
Maggie
log.
to her rest.
And quietly leaves Maggie to her rest.
Foreshadow.
Poetry.
And then runs to the one place that scares her the most.
Gosh, this is so good.
The chapel.
Chelsea does such an amazing part reading this. I cry every time I watch this. Exactly. She's finally sleeping in a bed. Finally.
Oh my god.
So Jerry and her say the same thing when they look at the chapel.
She looks around the chapel. The future tomb of many. She then makes her way up towards Rich Juan's lectern. It's like she's been here before.
Back
Okay,
into a corner.
quick.
She opens the journal and begins reading through the pages. Every page is the exact same as when Jerry read it. Except for this page. This part, so emotional.
Dear Jay, August 21st. Well, this is it. Everyone here is so excited for tomorrow. And I am too, now. I don't think I believe in all this inverse stuff. Not that I didn't try. I really did. I think in a different timeline, I could have really enjoyed looking up at the stars and feeling I was always exactly where I was supposed to be. Happy, Mags? No running or searching.
No running or searching.
Content.
Again,
With
a callback to the titles, right? No running, no searching.
Bed I'd nap so hard on, I'd wake up thinking it was tomorrow. LOL. Well, maybe in the next timeline. Maybe. For now, and then, thank you for running with me. You kept all my secrets and held all my sadness and even let me use you as a pillow on bad nights. Jay, my journal, my best friend, thank you. And for the last time, Maggie.
Oh, God, for the last time, Maggie. I'm sorry, Betty. Maggie then begins deleting this final entry. Now, this part shocked me. This Maggie begins to write the journal entry that Bland Jerry read in the first video. She talks about her plan to forget her sweet berry bush, to take a boat, to dig through the glacier to escape, even leaving a lantern to mark the tunnel's entrance. It's the exact entry.
Yep, she's in the corner.
It's clear that time doesn't work in this world the same way as it does others.
That line.
But what does it mean? Well, to find out, we have to keep watching.
The music, the way it ends.
Man. Maggie heads back to replace the journal.
She runs the same path Jerry did.
Rewrite history.
She runs the same path. Maybe she can rewrite history. Did she help Jerry? Did she help Jerry?
Music's so good.
I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry. Looking at her dead body. Maggie leaves. Her plan, unclear. She takes off in a similar direction from where she came.
So, let's see. Yep. Okay.
Maggie leaves. Her plan, unclear. She takes off in a similar direction from where she came.
All trigger commands for this sequence. This, I want to talk about this sequence. Naaman and I talked about this for so long.
And then we see it.
This.
Rich One leading his followers into the chapel.
How the heck did I get a villager to walk in a specific direction and have a bunch of villagers follow him? This took me 2 days to figure out with Gemini, okay? This is so crazy. Jerry is just as dead as the others. Yep, I can't help but wonder why and how. So, this is so cool. Watch this. Look at these villagers are following, snapping into place.
It's happening.
Oh no, it's happening. So Rich One is being led by an invisible armor stand to 11 different points. Then I have an armor stand, an invisible armor stand set up to follow Rich One, because with Easy NPC, you can have those NPCs follow. So then I had that armor stand,
follow Rich One, and then all of those easy NPCs follow the armor stand. It took forever to figure out how to do it, and it's as good as I could get it. But it's a really cool effect to see Rich One leading his cult members to their death.
Helpless,
Look at that.
Maggie just watches the group as they follow their leader.
So good. And then
She
this
then
moment,
gets higher
this
ground.
moment.
Just then, Maggie's light turns on, and maybe she's hoping that she will have second thoughts.
Please, Maggie, please.
She
Every
emerges,
time,
and maybe, just
I
maybe,
even
she'll
hope.
have read the altered journal entry.
I hope.
Come on. Maggie!
And there again, Maggie breaks through. And that the third time you hear her voice, not distorted, breaking through the barrier of life and death. And this time breaking through time. She's breaking through the wall of time, 3-dimensional time, right? She's breaking into a past, a memory. And with so much passion and so much fire and so much hope, more hope than she's ever had, she shouts her name. And then the Maggie hears it.
Wait, what? Did that Maggie hear this Maggie scream?
She did not read it. She did not. And then they lock eyes. You see the cult walking.
They lock eyes.
This music, God, so hard. So, just so you know, this Maggie, the one she's looking, the one she yells for, they lock eyes, but that Maggie does not see her. She heard it, but she looks around, and she spots the direction that the voice came from, but she does not actually see her ghost. She doesn't. That's why this Maggie looks down and then back up to the chapel.
And then I understand. Maggie just stands there, watching herself run from a player that doesn't exist.
Mic drop.
Going.
Is it lagging? Is it lagging during the most important moment? Is it lagging? Dang. Is it my OBS? This is the most important moment in the whole movie and it's freaking lagging. Gosh dang it. Okay, let's see. Give it a sec to catch up. So mad. I'm so mad, right? That was the most important moment in the whole freaking video. All right, let's start over.
Wait, what?
Let me know
Did
if it's
that
still
Maggie hear
lagging.
this Maggie scream? They lock eyes. And then I understand. Maggie just stands there, watching herself run
Why is it
from
spotty?
a player that doesn't exist.
I hate it. I hate that it's spotty now. So emotional.
Going backward does not mean going forward.
Call back to the beginning.
Maggie can't change what's happened.
And so
And so
she runs.
she runs.
So Maggie does the same thing she's always been doing. She can't change the past. She can't change what she's done. So she does what she's always done. She runs. And she leaves Good Strawberry the same way Jerry does. She turns around and sees the sign. same path Jerry took. Some music, and we just see her running. And then she places the same soul lantern, from the Othello. All connected. And again, like the only way into Whittier, Alaska is through a tunnel. And this is the way she leaves, through a tunnel. She escapes, she tries. Yes, yes. And so Maggie mines, and she mines, and she mines, and she runs, and she runs, and she runs, and she runs until...
No!
Danny, I can't wait. And then watch her health, watch her hunger bar, watch her hunger bar, watch her hunger bar. It goes down to 1. So I mined for a long time. I had to edit it quickly, but I mined for a really long time to kill her hunger. And the reason she has 1 bar is because what happens when in Minecraft, when you have 3 bars of hunger, what can't you do anymore? When you have 3 bars of hunger, what can't you do? And then the music starts, the original song.
I can't run anymore.
Literally.
It said that home
And then the song about home.
is where the heart is. Unless you're the beast without one.
And she
Maggie falls.
This moment. This moment. Seeing this flaming strawberry. I built this strawberry, by the way. I built it. So proud of it. But the last image she sees is of a strawberry on fire. Like, what? And then the lyrics for the song, they say that home is where the heart is unless you're the beast without one. In Julius Caesar, the fortune that he got from the soothsayer, he took an animal sacrifice, and the soothsayer couldn't find a heart, and that was the bad omen. It's like, there's no heart in this animal. It's a bad omen. The next day Julius goes back. There's no heart in that animal. She says, this is a bad omen. So the lyric is, they say home's where the heart is unless they say home is where the heart is unless you're the beast without one, right? And then a burning strawberry. Her biggest regret. And then she falls, drops out of frame. Goodbye.
Do I run heavy, footed afraid?
Naaman, I love you, dude. Dude, that must have been so stressful. I can't wait. I can't wait to see it, Naaman. I cannot wait to see it.
Or be brave and go before them.
And so that line, do I run heavy-footed, afraid, or be brave and go before them? So that's Julius Caesar thinking, do I run away? Do I not go to council? My wife tells me not to. Or do I be brave and go before council?
I look forward to summer's night dreams in July.
I look forward to summer's night dreams, midsummer night's dreams, in July. Julius, the month named after Julius.
While I lie awake through spring storms in March.
Beware the Ides of March was the fortune.
Where is home when identities fare too far?
Maggie never felt like she could find a home.
I'm searching for a pillow I can
These lyrics.
rest my curls on.
Just rest.
Breath on the lie that you rest your laurels on.
So, breath on the lie that you rest your laurels on. So, Othello suffocated his wife Desdemona. Breath on the lie that you rest your laurels on. Othello was more concerned with his valor as a general than the love of his life. Breath on the lie that you rest your laurels on.
I'll pack my bags, clothes and my daydreams in, because happiness is more for now than then.
And then the famous line. Yes, I did.
Well,
I wrote the lyrics.
we've been here before. Maggie falls in line right behind the 8 in front of her, with, as many of you know,
And we get a closer
Jerry
look at their names.
closely behind her, as they all make their way to Shakespeare's Globe Theater.
The ink spills forward, staining before progress.
Okay, that line. The ink spills forward, staining before progress, right? So that's a nod to Shakespeare. He's writing. Shakespeare writes with an ink and a quill, and then he'll knock the bottle of ink over and it'll stain before his progress. As he's writing and progressing his plays, but the ink spills, staining the parchment. So it spills before he can make progress on his plays.
The paper cut isn't seen, but at least it keeps me honest.
The paper cut isn't seen because they're tiny little wounds, but they hurt so bad, and they remind you that you're in pain. No one else can see the paper cut, but you're always reminded you're in pain.
I dream of the place where fairies dance among pansies.
So it was a pansy in A Midsummer Night's Dream. It was a pansy that turned all that was dropped into the character's eyes that made Titania love Bottom. It was the pansy. And I dream of a place where fairies dance among pansies. Midsummer Night's Dream.
A home that's more heart than honor and fancy.
Okay, that's for Desdemona. A home that's more heart than honor and fancy, right? I just wanted to have a home with my Othello, but you were concerned about honor.
I'm searching for a pillow I can rest my curls on. Breath on the lie that you rest your laurels on. I'll pack my bags, clothes and my daydreams in,
It's uploaded. It's in the description. You can download it.
because happiness is more for now than then.
Of course, I didn't get to finish. The bridge is really good too, but I got it.
Maggie, Jerry, and the other 8 all make their way to their spots on the stage. And freeze.
Just like Jerry. We're back at the beginning. All the lights turn on, illuminating each one of them. Imogen. And then in Jerry's video, we see Imogen, but this time we see Maggie. And then we get a foreshadow of the next story. I love it. Rational EX. The 11-part series. Guys, can I just say how cool it is that, like, creators can make movies. Like, you look really good. But the Backrooms, right? The Backrooms. Kane Pixels started on YouTube. Curry for freaking Obsession started on YouTube and Instagram. And here I am I'm making movies on YouTube. Yeah, I know. That's what I said. Maggie meets her maker. So, yeah, there's obviously I want to again thank you for watching. I wanted to do a massive lore dump. Yeah, we're making a freaking we're doing it, guys. We're gonna do it. Yep, Jerry doesn't know the answer. Maggie has nowhere to run. It's just amazing that I can do this with Minecraft. I can make movies with Minecraft. It's like such a dream, and that you guys all love this. 11 parts, but you're entirely insane. I am insane. So is Da Vinci. So is Naaman. Like, we're all insane. So yeah, thank you guys for tuning in and deep diving this with me. I've really been excited to like talk about all the lore. I can't wait to do a watch through with Jerry's and talk about all the lore in Jerry's, because there's way more that we didn't get to go through here. I'm calling Alan. He's gonna go TADC big, and the 11th is gonna be in cinemas. That would be amazing. I wonder if people become a screenwriter or something like that. I am a screenwriter. I've written many movies. Honestly, some inspires me to create and make such cool things with such little help. Thank you. I thought it was gonna be 3 parts. It's 11. Since we mentioned Cain, are all the characters written already? No. No, not all of them are written already. No. I'm not like Cain. Cain has the whole backrooms thing like set up. I don't. I'm building it as I go, which is why I need a break. Speaking of part 3, I'm taking a little break from the Exist series. I have a lot of other ideas. I want to put out a lot of smaller scaled ARG videos, just get a lot pumped out that will be just as deep and just as potent and powerful and poetic. And I want to get more. I need to refresh my brain and then come back to this, because this takes a lot of energy to build. I do have a rough idea of them all, yes. So anyways, I want to show you a quick sneak peek of the next video right here. Okay, that's all you get. That's all you get. You want to see it again? Okay. That is a quick sneak peek of the next video. Yeah. Did you see it? You want to see it one more time? There it is. Okay. Now, this next video, I got to shout out 2 amazing, talented people from my Discord, right? Lamora and Archie, like these 2 kids so Lamora reached out to me after Jerry's video. I was like, hey, if you ever need a professional builder, I'll build for you. And I was like, okay. And then she had a connection to a guy named Archie who does a lot of like programming. And so these 2, Lamora is an incredibly talented builder, like really, really good. And so she's building the major set piece for the next video, and it's so good. And then where does it say my notifications? I don't know. Where does it say my notifications? Oh, 9+. I don't know. And then yeah, we don't talk about notice. And then Archie's an incredibly talented programmer who's programming a lot of stuff without command blocks, because command blocks take a long time, and he's very talented. So massive shout out to these 2, Archie and Lamora, for helping me build this next video. They are incredibly talented. And yeah, so good. So yeah, let's look at it one more time just for fun. Woohoo! That's it. Okay, that's all you get. So yeah, it's gonna be a great video. If you don't know what that image looks like, reverse screen share it, or screen share and reverse Google search it. Just reverse Google share it, and it'll pop up, and then that should clue you into a little bit below what the next video is. But yeah, guys, I'm telling you, like, this has been an amazing experience for me. It's my dream come true, and it's only just beginning. I've been grinding YouTube since 2012. My first upload was ever on 2012, and it's now 2026, and my dreams are finally coming true. And I'm so grateful for all of you guys, because you guys enjoy my art, and I'm so appreciative of it. And now I have a Discord that's active, 250 people, and we have so much fun in it. And I find great, talented artists who are willing to help with these videos. So yeah, thank you. I am so appreciative of all of you guys. Really, this is so cool. And yeah, I think that's it. I think that's it. You know, you can screenshot. You can rewatch the play the live, and you can screenshot it, and then reverse image search it. But that'll give you a clue into the next video. So yeah, thank you all very much. It was all built up for this, and I can really tell the experience prepared you for this. Yeah, it took a long time, but I'm so glad. I'm so glad we're at this point now. So thank you. Thank you for sticking through me with this whole live. It was a long live, but we had a good time. I'll see you in the next video. This next video will not take 3 months. I promise. It's going to be uploaded within the month. So yeah, I'm going to just do a bunch of little videos now. Can we get a copy of the worlds? I don't know how to do that. So maybe, but the problem is like Jerry's world, like even if you played it and explored it, like the thing is I have to like, the command blocks are all exposed. They're not surrounded by bedrock. So like you guys could just like break it and do whatever you want with it. So I don't know. I don't know how to do all that. I have to look into that. I know it's not 3 months. Will they be live to view after all the series? Yeah, I'll figure it out then. I think after this, I want to I want to let you guys have the worlds, but I got to figure that out. But yeah, within the month. Red, yeah. Let me know how you can help. What are your talents? What are your skills? And then we'll make it happen. So that's what I'm doing right now. Is I'm working hard on this video. My Lamora and Archie are working really hard, and we're building a small team. And I'm just really grateful for everyone helping me now. It's awesome. I can lock the world. That's cool. I got to figure that out. I got to learn all this. Red. Okay, I'm gonna friend you, Red, on the Discord, and then you can teach me all this stuff. If you made a copy, you can make it adventure mode. Oh, cool. Okay. You don't have to share the world down, especially if they have spoilers in them. These worlds, no, they don't have spoilers. They just there's no spoilers in them. It's just what it is. The problem is yeah. We'll talk about that later on the Discord. Well, the next one actually have nothing to do. Yeah, the next few videos will have nothing to do with the Exist series. Nothing to do. Still wondering where Maggie's body is in the Jerry POV vid. Me too. Me too. But yeah, no, I'm taking a little break from the Exist series because I just need one. So I'm doing some other fun videos, and yeah, make sure to subscribe, make sure to share the videos, like the videos, comment, get these videos pushed because I think they're really good. So yeah, anyway, why are we calling it? Because it's the hope to exist. It's a call to action. It's a calling to exist. Just because they don't doesn't mean we can't. So let us all exist. And on that, I will end the live. All right. Good night, guys. Thank you so much. And